Now we're actually live. I went live the first time, but I forgot to turn off the bandwidth test mode, so it was just me bandwidth testing and not actually streaming. But I'm live now. Anyway, today is Thursday, August 29th, 2019. This is one of those sort of unplanned weekday streams. I haven't done one of these in quite a while, so we'll see if anyone shows up. My guess is no, but that's completely fine. I do this for me, and if people show up, that's just a bonus. Oh, the music's a little loud today. Man, my sound settings got all messed up, and I don't know why. My microphone is being really sensitive today, and I don't know, I changed nothing. Nothing has changed. But for whatever reason, everything is different. I didn't upgrade anything. I didn't change any of my microphone settings in Windows. It's just like, oh well, things are gonna be different. Anyway, so last I streamed was Saturday. I haven't really done all that much since Saturday. I guess I did a couple things. But on Saturday I struggled through trying to get GitHub Actions working for a thing like pre-commit. Basically, the idea being you would make a pull request and it would auto-fix all your code for you. But I got to a point where I think it's not possible, and so I kind of gave up on that. I might try the same thing in the future, but use a GitHub bot instead, and that seems a little bit more promising. But I also haven't looked into that. It might have the same limitation. I'll be painted into the same corner, which would be unfortunate. But anyway, I don't really want to think about that because it didn't go so well. But then we worked on making a new Flake 8 plugin, this repo called Flake 8 2020, which auto-detects misuse of sys.version and sys.version info. We implemented a couple of lint checks for it, so I think we did this one and this one and this one and this one. And a couple of other ones have been added since then, some by me, some by outside contributors, some were just I created a GitHub issue and then someone did it for me, which is always the best. I really enjoy when random people come by and they're like, oh yeah, I'll fix your things for you. Or not so random people, because I knew of one of the people that contributed these, and I know the other person in real life, so that went pretty well. Also, if you hear some weird background noise today, it's pretty warm in my house, so I have the windows open, and so you might hear the ambient noise of San Mateo, which what are you gonna do, I guess. But yeah, finished up this Flake 8 plugin. Man, my mic is really peaking. Let's see if I can adjust this. Does that make it peak less? A little bit. It's a little bit better. I did do a sound test and it wasn't terrible. But there's something messed up with this. Maybe does scroll wheel change it? It does change it. So that's probably what I did. I accidentally scroll wheeled on this. I don't know. Hopefully that's fine. But anyway, and my internet is still having trouble, so if I drop frames, then you'll know why for that. Oh, I forgot to set my tags. Oh, it's Twitch streaming. I promise I know what I'm doing. Let's see, software development, programming. Oh, programming is supposed to be the first one. Programming. Software development. What other tags do I usually set? There we go. I'm a professional streamer. I know exactly what I'm doing. But yeah, so built this Flake 8 plugin last time. I've used it on a couple of repos, and it seems to work pretty well. I first ran it on my own repositories and found a couple of things that needed fixing. Most of them were just very, very small things, like referencing Pi 3 and just a quick switch to not Pi 2. Did the same thing in talks, although I suspect this code will be deleted or irrelevant by the time this makes it into a release. Mostly because the next version of talks, I believe, will be dropping Python 2 support. Not dropping Python 2 support for running other things in it, but talks, the tool itself, will not be written to target Python 2. So you'll still be able to test Python 2, you just won't be able to install talks at the latest version of Python 2. Which is fine. It's actually probably pretty healthy for the project because it makes it a little bit easier to contribute to, and we won't have to worry about the wacky edge cases that Python 2 brings with it. And then this one was, again, like the same. In fact, I think it's the same exact function name as the other one. It was probably copy and paste, because I'm pretty sure I wrote both of them. But it's a conversion function that converts from unknown sequence type that might be string, might be bytes, and converts it into what's called a native string. So that's some of the stuff I did last time. Made a small patch to the library that Precommit uses as a file identification library called Identify. Previously, pipfile.lock was being treated as TOML, but it should be JSON, so we just added a little thing there that makes sure that this is identified properly. I also had to, this is actually like kind of undefined behavior here if it matches more than one thing in this list, and so I made this deterministic, so it tries to match the full file name first and then any of the parts. And yeah, so, and quick tests. Oh, I also added a feature to PyUpgrade, which I originally said I wasn't going to do, but then changed my mind for, I don't remember why. But in Python 3 and above, the source encoding by default is UTF-8, and so you can just remove the coding cookie if it's UTF-8 compatible. So if you had like ASCII or UTF-8 or anything like that, it would be unnecessary if you're only in Python 3 mode. And so I added a fixer that auto-removes this encoding comment. PyUpgrade can kind of cut some corners here on this one, so it was actually way easier to implement than I thought it was going to be. The first corner that gets cut is PyUpgrade requires all of the source that it rewrites to be UTF-8, and if it's not UTF-8, it's just going to skip it. So given that it requires UTF-8, that means that any coding comments would have to be UTF-8 or UTF-8 compatible. So, where is it? Cookie RE. Yeah, so it doesn't even check the encoding that gets matched. It just says, oh, you have an encoding cookie? Cool. I'm gonna delete it. And then I did some like internal house cleaning. I really need to get off of Travis CI entirely, but while I'm still on Travis CI, I went through and fixed the version of PyPy that's being used on Travis. So you used to be able to specify a version like this, but it mysteriously has gone missing since last time that I used Travis in most of my repos. Oh, this one isn't even mine. Where's one that's mine? Sure, this one. Yeah, this version of PyPy has just vanished from the Travis servers with no notice at all, which is kind of annoying. Like, what did they do with my Pythons? Where did they go? But yeah, it was an easy fix. I just ran an all repos fixer to do this. Recursive Chat asks, how does logging.config.dictconfig work? I don't really like the logging module, but I will see Python 3 logging. I don't want the how-to, I want this. Dict.config. Where's the... Oh, do I have to look at the logging.config submodule? I would have thought it would be... Oh, here we go. Dict-config takes the login configuration or dictionary. The contents of this dictionary are described in the schema below. If I remember right, it's just like it loops through each thing and sets up some values. We can look at the code. That's probably the easier way to do this. Login config. Dict-config class.configure. What? Dict-config, oh. It's just a patch point. Dict-configurator. It's a great class name. Hey, what's up, Ho and Hero? Thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Ho and Hero works on, what is it called? Smogon? Not Smogon. Damn, what is it called? It's the online game where you can play Pokemon battles against people. Why can't I remember the name right now? I've spent so much time in there. Showdown. There we go. I spent so much time on the damn thing. I should really know the name. But yeah. Let's see. Configure. Oh boy. So it goes through this function here, which does a bunch of stuff. Dict configurator. Basically, the way it works is it rips a bunch of things out of a dictionary and then assigns them. Converting dict. A converting dictionary wrapper. Oh, I see. So it allows you to convert attributes with particular types. But anyways, basically the way that it works is it pulls a bunch of attributes out of a dictionary, or not attributes, but elements out of a dictionary, and then modifies the global logging configuration. I don't know what your particular question was about dict-config, but that's kind of how it works. Sorry for the small raid. No, any size raids are great. I had a good sized stream, but everyone dropped off when npm test took 3 minutes. Yeah, that would do it. 3 minutes for npm test. I guess I have projects that take similar amounts of time, but I usually won't run the full test suite for those if I don't have to, because that's just a lot of work. It's normally 45 seconds. Oh, well, that's even worse. That's unfortunate. Inconsistent test suites. Cool, yeah, I was just going through stuff I did between last time. Oh, I also removed Flake 8 from a bunch of projects. Not because I'm not using Flake 8 anymore, but it just like, I was installing it and doing nothing with it. This was actually pointed out by a contributor to one of my projects. They're like, why are you installing Flake 8? And I'm like, I don't know, it's probably been copied and pasted since the beginning of time and just totally forgot about it, but removed it in a bunch of places. It also required me to fix a bunch of tests in a bunch of places, because it's just been like projects I haven't touched in forever, and then because they got touched, then the tests ran and I had to deal with all of the changes that have happened since then. But it was pretty good. My guess is my computer's being slow. This was a one-off. Oh yeah, that can happen. You have other stuff running, especially when you're streaming, because you have like video encoders running and like all sorts of other stuff. To test the quantum compiler I was working on this summer took several hours. That sounds interesting. Tell me more about your quantum compiler, Agent Smith. I know your real name though. But yeah, how's it going? Hi to you as well. I don't even know what a quantum compiler would mean. Like, are you targeting like qubits, or do you have like an actual system to? As far as I know, there aren't really any quantum computers that actually are more than toys, but I could be wrong. Or I guess you could target a theoretical virtual machine and then simulate a quantum computer? I don't even know. Yeah, but then a couple other things that I did is I used Flake 8 2020, which is the new plugin that I wrote last stream, to fix some stuff in some other libraries. I basically just like pip installed a bunch of shit and was like, let me run Flake8 on a virtual environment and see what pops up. And turns out like some of my dependencies needed fixes. This is one for nodemv, which gets used by precommit to take a drink, I guess. Which gets used to set up node environments. My Discord was joking that I should do a stream where every time I mention precommit, I have to take a drink. I think the stream would last like 30 minutes and everyone would be trashed. It would be great, but it was a good idea. I also fixed some stuff for PyTest. Although this will never see the light of day because the maintenance branch is basically going to be dead at the end of the year. Yes, Python 4 recursive chat. So I guess I'll give you the TLDR of Flake8 2020. See if it's Googleable yet. Oh, kind of. First 4 results are about it. So 5 results. This one's unrelated. Google's pretty good for like a week-old thing. But, so in the year 2020, Python 3.9 will reach beta. And usually when the developed version reaches beta, the CPython maintainers will cut a new version onto master. And after 3.9 might be 3.10 or it might be 4.0. And it's not really decided yet. There's been some talk in both directions. I think it should be 3.10 because it'll break less code. There's a surprising amount of shit that's just like horribly broken in Python 4, just because the version number changes. But the point of this plugin is it detects misuse of the version information that would break on these particular versions, and defines a couple of Flake8 codes that makes that happen. But yeah, it does seem kind of funny that January 1 we'll stop caring about Python 2, but mid-February we might start caring about Python 4. But yeah, it's only if you're checking the Python version inside the code. So it might be for like compatibility stuff or like making sure that a function works in multiple versions of Python. But if you only target one, like it's not a big deal, usually, until you have to upgrade, I guess. But yeah, like here are some examples. Like you might like check whether it's Python 3 and run particular code there. I have a couple examples in my code probably. Let's see. Should limit that to Python files. Sure. What's something that's mine? Not PyUpgrade. PyUpgrade's about rewriting code. I guess this one is probably fine. I have surprisingly little rewrite code. Here's like just one simple example where in Python 2, the stringable methods are stir for byte strings and Unicode for text strings, but in Python 3, they become bytes and stir. Just like a very simple example of where you would check the Python version and do something else. You contribute to Python itself? I have a couple of times. Let's see, how many pull requests am I up to now? I'm not in the top 100, so I can't click that. At least I don't think I'm in the top 100. Let's see, 40 closed, but not all those are merged. Let's see, how many per page do we get? 20 per page minus 1, minus 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've made 35 patches to Python, which is actually more than I expected. I have a couple open as well, but people need to just like review them and merge them. In this case, this one is already reviewed and just needs to get merged. It's like very, very straightforward change, just needs to happen. But yeah, I've contributed to Python. We are trying to avoid checking Python version in our code base, but we kind of have to support Python 2.7 and 3+, so not sure if it's avoidable. Yeah, fortunately you can do it in smart ways where it doesn't like break when the version changes all that much. So like Flagate 2020 tries to steer you into patterns that are not problematic. So like for instance, if you saw this pattern, which you might naively think that this is testing for greater than or equal to Python 3.5, but if you put 4 here, then this is true, but then a 0 here, and this is suddenly false, and that's kind of a mistake. And so like it steers you towards comparisons like this. But you can safely do version comparisons in Python. Like it's not always broken. That's why this plugin tries to help you out there. Yeah, so basically people write circuits with complicated quantum logic gates, much like classical logic gates, but with entanglement fun. Anyway, actual quantum computers only implement a limited subset of the possible quantum logic gates to be complete. Like how you can make any logic gate with just and not. Yes. Anyway, our compiler takes a higher level quantum circuit and generates optimized code that could run on a real quantum computer. Ah, interesting. The circuit may be compiled and run on UC Berkeley's quantum computer at some point. Nice, cool. Hey, what's up, Rafferty FL? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. It's a good Thursday for me. I'm kind of tired. I had like a really long day at work, despite like not actually spending more hours at work. It just felt like it was extremely long. But got my stuff done, I guess. Yeah, uptime. I've been streaming for 20 minutes. So, are you saying like, why haven't you written any code yet? What are you doing? But yeah, that's all my wrap up from previous times. So the thing that we're going to be working on today, or I'm going to try and work on today, is my text editor that is currently called Babi. Babi doesn't do so much so far. I guess I can just demo it directly. This is Babi. Babi can open files, you can scroll, it recognizes or doesn't recognize some keystrokes. You can quit Babi. You cannot edit text yet. And the thing that I want to work on today is making... Oh, you can resize the window, that works. The thing that I want to work on today is making this horizontal scrolling work properly. It looks like it works properly here, but it really doesn't. And if I like open up this file here, you can kind of see like when I get to here, it'll jump when it shouldn't have. Like it should have let me scroll over another character before it scrolled here. And in fact, if I remember right, this will cause it to crash eventually. Yeah, because it tries to put the cursor off the left-hand side of the screen, which is not great. But anyway, I'm gonna try and make that work today. The kind of neat thing about this project is I've written a full test suite for it. So there's this nifty library. Oh, actually, I forgot to mention one more thing. I was on Python Bytes, or at least I recorded it. It hasn't been released yet, but I was on Python Bytes this week, and so if you wanna check out my repeat about Flagate 2020, which I just talked to you guys about, but that'll also be on this podcast, presumably in the next couple of days. Let's see, when do they? Let's see, usually within 2 days, so maybe tomorrow there'll be a new podcast. But there's some cool stuff in this, not just the things that I talk about, but some of the other stuff that gets talked about is pretty cool. I also noticed, so I was like, I've listened to this podcast a few times in the past, but I'd forgotten the format, so I was like, oh, I'll just listen to the previous one and see what's up with that. And as I'm listening, I'm like, oh, now they're talking about pre-commit again. This is what I did. So it's just kind of like a little surprising to hear my own work being talked about. There's a typo here and typo here. But it's okay. It's fine. Whatever. But yeah, it was kind of cool to see that shouted out. But yeah, check out Python Bytes. They'll be up probably tomorrow. If not, maybe next Monday. I don't know. Do they do releases on Saturdays? Who knows? But yeah, let's try and get this horizontal scrolling working. So the code that I've modified to make it work so far, actually, hey, what's up? Alex ACU? Alex... that's my guess of your name. If it's wrong, I'm sorry. But thank you for the follow, and hope your day's going well. My current approach to how I'm doing horizontal scrolling, so I'm trying to emulate, in a way I'm trying to emulate my crappy text editor, which I'm using right now, which is Nano, which when you get to the end of the screen and go over one, it puts a little bit of buffer here, but if you go back one, it scrolls directly. And I kind of like that, but I think I might be able to improve on it, although it's been really hard for me to try and emulate this, just because it's a lot of like fiddly off by one math, and I'm pretty sure mine's just like my math is just completely wrong here. But it works well for Nano. I just have to figure out how to make it work for my stuff. The really tricky part, oh, that's actually weird. That's an edge case I didn't think of. Oh no, I did think of it. But wait. Huh. I didn't know it worked like that. Which means that I probably have to adjust my behavior. Oh, that's not my editor. Because right now when we were getting to the edge of the screen, it's like this line here. So in Nano, if I press right here, oh, what? Okay, something's like very broken here. At least it knows, so the code kind of knows that it should have scrolled there, it just didn't. Oh no. Okay, but anyway, I think I'm gonna rewrite how my scrolling code works, because this is clearly broken. It should have scrolled there, but it didn't. Yeah. Oops. Let me resize this window again. But yeah, I kind of want to emulate how Nano works, but I also think that I could do better. So I'm gonna first try, and I'm not gonna try and fix my current code. I guess I can show you what I've done so far. I introduced two properties to our position. This is how Babi manages where the cursor is and where the position in the file is. So I added line X and cursor X. And the current state that it has right now is there's the file line, which is the position, the absolute position in the file of like what line is being looked at. So like for instance, if I was on this line right here, I would be on both file line, or the file line would be 3 and the cursor line would be 0. Or sorry, well, off by 1, but I guess the cursor line would be 0 and the file line would be 2, despite this being line 3. It would be index 2. So maybe line is not the best word, but and when it scrolls, the file line is still like, this would be, let's see, so 38, 39, and then 41. So this is file line 41, but the cursor line is now like 20 or something like that. And so it draws 41 minus 20 lines above, and then however many lines below. So that's kind of how those two members work. And then for now, the X is just a value, just self.x, and there's a cursor hint. And the reason there's a cursor hint, so if you scroll over to a position in a line and then you press down, the X actually goes to 0, but if you press down again, it should keep the same position in that line above. And so Babi basically just keeps track of what the X was the last time it moved laterally. And so that's what this is about. And I think if I implement scrolling using a like similar cursor line, like if I had like cursor offset, I would also need a cursor offset hint so that it scrolls to the right place as you go that way. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to have a cursor x, self.cursor x hint equals 0. And so I'll have to adjust these as I navigate. Let me show you the rest of the diff of what we did there. So we added these two, but I'm pretty sure these are going to change completely, and we'll just use these. What am I saying? We'll use these members to implement some of these functions. And then I changed how the line gets displayed. The old code just grabbed the line that needed to be written, sliced off however many characters so it didn't go off the screen, and then padded with spaces on the end if the line was too short. So if we saw a line like this, there would be spaces to the end here. Which actually, now that I think about it, does that mean that... Does that mean... I think that's wrong. I think I should not have done that. Int is not callable. Okay, undo that for a sec. I think that means... Oh no, Curses knows how to do it properly, I guess. So there are actually spaces on these lines, but it looks like Curses doesn't actually render the spaces, which is good. That's exactly what I would want it to do. Yeah, there's no spaces there. Cool. But if I put spaces here, and then I select this, does it copy the white space? It does. How does that work? How do I make a space render as like an actual space instead of just like blank line? Space character. I don't know how that works. I'll have to figure that out eventually. Maybe... Oh, here we go. Background space character. Background space. The operation of overwriting a multi-column character with a character of a different column with May-produced orphan column. Oh, you guys can't see this because the text is so small. Yeah, I don't think that was helpful. Huh. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. Because, like, these are actually rendered as spaces and I can select them. But there are space characters here because I know how the code works. But it doesn't render them at all. These are rendered. These are rendered. Maybe they are. Oh. Well, these are rendered because it's a background color. Oh, I bet I know what I can do. I bet I could give it like an arbitrary color and render it that way. Actually, let me... how can I test that? Is Curses on Unix platforms only? Let's see. Git bash. It appears, yes. There are implementations of Curses for Windows. Curses, Python, Windows. Windows Curses. PD Curses is compiled with wide character support, meaning this is available. Whoa, what just disappeared here? How did I do that? The top links, they you can kind of see some of them, but oh, there we go. It disappeared again. Where did I go? Why would it do that? Is there some like JavaScript here that's doing that? Who knows? I'm not going to try and debug their website. But I guess you can pip install this thing and it'll work. Do I have a virtual env somewhere where I can just... There we go. Pip install Windows curses. I guess I should use command so that... Oh, that just works now. See if I can pull down Babi and run it. That'd be one way to validate curses. Let's see. Raw. Follow the redirects. Let's see. Python babi.py. It works. Let's see if the color test works. Colors are pretty different, but yeah, I guess you can have curses on Windows, according to this. Ooh. Oh, the highlighting works differently than on Linux. But anyway, yeah, you can. Yeah, I guess you can run curses. So here's Babi loading Babi, and you can scroll, and it seems to work. So that's actually kind of cool and good to know. If I want to run Babi on Windows, I can, and it seems to work. And like the key combinations are working, so like it knows that that's Control J, and if I Control X, it knows that's quitting. So yeah, I guess there is Windows support. I assume there was because there's terminal-based editors on Windows, but I didn't know about this. Is this on GitHub? It only has 8 stars? That's so sad. It works so well. This is the repository for the Windows Curses Wheels on PyPI. Starting with 2.0, those wheels include a hack to make resizing. Based on patches and a bug. Why has no one implemented this? This is kind of cool, although it seems like people aren't gonna do this. But it would be nice to have curses directly in Python for Windows, but yeah, my guess is Nano does some sort of hack which makes like the text color of these change, or these are a special character. So I don't know. Let's see, rendering space characters in curses. Surely someone else has done this before. Add stir from file. Prints blanks for the remainder of the line. I don't know. I'll solve that some other day. That's not what we're trying to do today. We're trying to do scrolling. Yeah, so the rest of this diff is just like rendering that particular line. And so we'll reuse some of the same code as before and try and make that happen. Right, so I don't know how I want to start with this. So we have currently some callbacks for the various directions that you can press. So like down, up, right, and left. And so maybe scroll down. Oh, this gets called when the window resizes. Yeah, so I think we'll be able to handle this inside the right and left functions down here. And I think these are the only two cases where it could scroll when it's adjusting X in the positive or negative direction. So actually, I don't think this will be too hard. I will have to worry about this like scroll hint though, and like figure out a smart way to make that do the right thing. And figure out a nice way to like scroll to the right or the left and make that work nicely. But let me delete these functions since they don't do what I want. They were like an interesting idea, but not quite. Actually, let me make a new branch because I think I want to keep this idea, but I want to keep this idea, but I want to also kind of start over. Origin master. Put that into a patch file. Horizontal scrolling to. And then we're going to discard this part and keep the other parts. I started writing a test for this, but all it does so far is validate the edge of the screen. But let's do the same thing I was doing before. So we're going to have, what did I call it? Line or cursor X and cursor X hint. And basically what we want to do is when we move right and left, we need to figure out whether we need to scroll the screen or not. Which actually I think is way easier than the tricky math I was doing before. So let's put a breakpoint here. And in left, and that way we can start debugging this. Position.cursorX. Maybe I should call this line X instead. This naming is whack. I need to change this. File line and cursor line. And then we have a function called maybe we call it line X and line X hint. And then down here we'll implement our cursor X and cursor Y. Just return X for now because that's the simplest thing to do. And I have a debugging tool to allow me to use, I guess I'll just show you these. That one's not interesting, but this allows me to use the breakpoint built in with this remote PDB library, which is just a remote debugging tool. It basically opens up a socket and you can communicate over the socket. So I'll show you how that works. So if we run debug babi, it starts it as normal, and we can attach to it debug attach in this tab. Oh, I haven't hit a breakpoint yet, but as soon as I press the right arrow key, we'll be in breakpoint. So you can see the cursor didn't move yet because we haven't completed the action yet, but we can start poking at like what self.x is and self.cursorx hints and look at the code and poke around there. And readline works because I made readline work, but normally you wouldn't. Oh wait, you can see like what I did before even? Huh. But if we continue here, then the thing moves. It's going to be potentially... Wait, do I have to reattach? Is that how this works? Oh, my terminal's all messed up. Oh, we were actually there. It's weird. But I expect it to, like, connect now. Okay, so it's a little fiddly. I have to reattach for each breakpoint. That's kind of annoying. Okay, anyway. We'll quit it. Because that's gonna be too annoying to debug in that way. I don't know why it doesn't detach properly. But I think the thing that we'll have to do here is we know the size of the window and we know the length of the line, and so we'll just need to do some math based on that. So if self.x is, let's see, we can get the line length. The line length equals self.lines self.file line, and then we can get the window size equals curses.calls, and we can know how much of the line is rendered on the screen. Let me draw some stuff, I guess, because I'm having a hard time keeping things straight. So let's say we have a really long line. That's not what I wanted. So we have a really long line. We can imagine our window as a like box here. So let's say this has scrolled. We'll also draw another window that may be at a different scroll point over here, and maybe even, well, let's just think about those for now. And so this position here would be our line X, and whatever we have selected in here, so let's say like right here, this could be our cursor X. Let's, for whatever, cursor X. And the way I want to actually render this is when it displays something that has continuation on the left and the right, it'll put a little arrow character here. So I'm not going to be able to draw the particular character. Oh, what the hell happened there? Oh, I used select. I wanted text. So if it's off the left-hand side of the screen, you'll get an arrow there. If it's off the right-hand side of the screen, you'll get an arrow here. So I guess in this screen here, you would also see your left-hand arrow there. That's like kind of what I want it to do. The tricky things here are when I'm at, let's see, when I'm at this position right before the edge of the screen here, and I press the right arrow key, it needs to know to scroll. But apparently it also needs to know to scroll in this other situation that's the wrong color. Why are you not? Long text. It also apparently needs to know to scroll. This is the like edge case that I just noticed. So let's say our screen is this or whatever. The left-hand side doesn't really matter. And the position is here. What did I do? Square. I wanted the line. The position is pointing at this character. Apparently pressing right once should actually scroll in that case, because it would be off the edge of the screen, even though this line doesn't show as having a continuation, because it just means the end. So that's basically what I need to implement. This is less clean than I would want. Delete that. Line. Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm working with right now. And so I'm just going to start trying to implement some of the behaviors and then manually test them, and then I'll add tests after the fact, because I'm not exactly sure how I want it to behave. Ish. We'll see. But that's the plan. I might refer back to this diagram later. But we do need to know whether the line goes off the screen or not. Oh, I have an unread message. Oh, it's work stuff. Envoy! Let's see. So we add 1 to x. If the x is greater than or equal to... I guess... we need to know whether we're off the right-hand side of the screen to adjust the cursor x. So... window size is cursors.calls. The line length is that. If x is greater than or equal to self dot what I call it line x, line length minus line x oh no, it'd be x minus what is going on? If x minus line x, so back on this diagram, not that diagram. That's not a diagram, it's a terminal. So if this difference here is greater than this size, then we know we need to adjust this value, I think. And we might use this for like off by 1 errors. So I don't think it's that simple. But let's just try this for now. And see how that goes. We don't need parentheses here. Yeah, let's try that. See what it does. Oh, we still have this breakpoint here. So, does this code still work? Yeah, that code still works. And if we hit the edge of the screen, int is not callable. Okay. Just do that. Because that was the old code where I had to compute line x, but now we don't compute line x. So let's try this again. I guess I could have left the window small. It did at least know that it was supposed to scroll, I think. That didn't work. Yeah, that didn't work. Are we off by 1? Oh. It did something. But the X is in the wrong position. Oh, because this is supposed to be self.line X, maybe? Oh, I didn't implement I didn't implement movement to the left. So I have to like watch this as it goes. Okay, so we're before the C, before the U, or we're looking at the U, so we should be at the R. We're not. We're off by 1. Fuck. But is it just rendering it off by 1? Oh, I didn't implement scrolling to the right. Okay. So it has a negative position right now. Alright, let's implement scrolling to the right, I guess, in the same way. And actually it's scrolling to the left, sorry. Movement to the left, scrolling to the right. Self.x is less than self.line x. I think less than equal to is probably the best way to do that. Then I don't want it to go negative. So we'll do this. So that should allow it to scroll to the right now. Even though we have the off by 1. So we can do this. What the hell happened there? What? This is maybe some of the old code that I had. If line is cursor line and X is greater, oh, so it only is trying to do this. Oh, I see what's happening here. So this should really be and position dot line X is greater than or equal to 0, I think. Look at that. Okay, it should be greater than 0. Oh, that's equal 0. Okay, no longer have that wiggly thing. Scroll. And scroll back. Should have scrolled back sooner, I think. Maybe that's right. That actually looks pretty good. Why did you crash there? Oh, because it's setting the it's setting the X to the end of the line and not adjusting the scroll. So it needs to do that. How's that gonna work? How is that going to work? Set X after vertical movement. X is the minimum of the length of the line and the cursor X hint. So I think what I need to do is, if that X is off the screen, actually I bet if I do this, scroll over and then press up, it crashes also? Yeah. So any of the vertical movement needs to be resetting. Needs to reset the scroll position as well. So it's a little more complicated than I thought. It's definitely very broken right now. Oh, someone just made a bug report on pre-current. What do they want? Not to get distracted, but I usually like to respond to issues pretty quickly. Support for remote Docker engine. App.docker file, open binary file does not exist. The fuck does that mean? It just calls Docker. Like, I don't know what actually is up with that. Since this is executing a separate instance, pre-commit fails to locate the files. Circle CI does not allow file mounting, but it does allow the ability to copy your local files into the remote Docker instance. Yeah, well, this is based off. This works on file mounting, so this is never going to work. Allows you to copy your local files into the remote Docker instance. Oh, so this is linting the actual file in their code. So this source doesn't end up in the right spot. That's messy. Hey, what's up, Anime Lover Zero? Thanks for hosting me with one viewer. I'm guessing it's you. Oh, it's because I'm not paying attention to you in chat. I see. I'm so pissed off, Anthony. I was sitting in the CS Lounge coding today while charging my laptop, and I had class, and I packed my laptop but forgot my charger. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I've done that before. Left my charger somewhere and just been like, well, this is my life now. That's unfortunate. Hopefully you find your charger. My discrete math professor is funny. Mine was pretty funny too. Maybe it's just people that teach discrete math are funny people. Although my computer systems professor, which is another type of discrete math, was not funny. He was so far from funny. He was the most boring teacher ever. Copy your local files into the remote Docker instance. Mounting folders. It is not possible to mount a folder from your job space into a remote Docker. You may use Docker CP command to transfer files between the two environments. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this would work. So it makes a volume. I've never worked with Circle. Why do you want to use Circle? Mainly for the ability to run our CI workflow from a pre-built Docker image. Run our CI workflow from a pre-built Docker image. I don't know what that means. Something. Seems pretty tricky. I don't know that... Oh, someone sent me a text message. Is it a two-factor code? Feels like it's always a two-factor code. Oh no. It's a message from my friend Claire. Oh, this is about... Actually, this is pretty good. Let me look at this. Coinbase, Firefox, 0-day. This one. And so... my friend works at Coinbase, and she's telling me about this Firefox 0-day that somebody purchased to try and target employees at Coinbase to, I mean, in theory, try and steal their bitcoins, I guess, or cryptocurrency. But one of their engineers opened an email that had a URL that led to a Firefox, like a 0-day vulnerability that would allow someone to take over the computer. But they were apparently like really well engineered phishing attacks and like all sorts of really cool stuff. But this article is really long, but I would recommend checking it out. The way she described it was really cool. So I'll just put this link in the chat. But she just texted me that link, so I'll have to check out the whole article later. But it seemed pretty cool. I don't know quite how Circle is supposed to work here. From the docs, it looks like what they're doing is setting up a shared volume and using Docker CP to populate that volume. Let's see, how does this work? Yeah, the problem is you don't have a point where you can inject this volumes from. Docker create configs, yeah. I don't see how this would ever work. Then after that, you'd use Docker run volumes from to inherit those volumes later. I don't see a way that you could inject this into Precommit. Mostly because Precommit assumes it can -v mount from the host file system and have that work. The particular code in question lives here. Recommit languages, Docker. In this code, it's just it's volume mounting the current working directory to /source. You could, in theory, hey, what's up, Zenduder? Thank you for the follow. You could, in theory, run some sort of forked version of Precommit which does the volume setup separately. I can't think of a good way to do this without forking. No. In theory, you could... Does it bother you guys too that this thing is like wiggling as I type text here? It's really bothering me. It's probably because the engineers never expected somebody to run their website at whatever zoom level I'm at, 150%. In theory, you could probably do the same volume population that's suggested in the documentation. The hard part would be making that work with Precommit. Oh, and you subscribed. Thank you for the subscription, Zenduder. It's greatly appreciated. Get that Prime sub. Thanks for the open source contributions. Well, you're welcome. I'm happy to work on open source. It's it's kind of my hobby. I like to poke around with stuff, build things that other people can use. But thank you very much. Let's see. In theory, you could probably do the same. Sorry, I was just checking the name. I was like, is this you? No. That would be wild. In theory, you could probably do the same. Volume, population, suggest the documentation. The hard part would be making that work with pre-commit. Notably, the Docker code above would need to know that it should use volumes from instead of volume. I'm not seeing a good way to integrate that off the top of my head, but maybe it'll give you something to play around with in a fork. Reading the procedure on that documentation page, it looks like what they do is spin up a long-running container, or long-running container that's used to house volumes, and that lives onwards and is used as a volume store. Let's see, I myself haven't worked with Circles CI in quite a while, but I've had good experiences using Docker on Azure pipelines. That might be another option for you to try. Don't really want to be like, yeah, just switch your CI pipeline to a competitor. But it's a potential option for you. Happy to give you more pointers into how you would go about implementing this. Do I have a label for Docker? Oh, I do. Docker question. Because I don't think this is going to be a feature somehow. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully that helps him in that direction. What is this about? For anyone that encounters this issue, replace the following lines in your Python version. That button. You can just run this script, my dude. Oh no, just like run this script. Oh, did this not work for you? Anyway, getting distracted here. Why am I on this list? Okay, anyway, back to babi. Let's see. I realized people complaining in data structures are students who show up to 3 classes and expect an A. Yeah, that happens. You even pass a class without showing up. You have to cheat or something, yeah. Well, usually all the materials are easily obtained and you have to study by yourself either way, so I don't see a problem. Yeah, I mean, you can get away with not showing up and still passing. It's just a lot harder, in my opinion. Travis for the win. I'm moving off of Travis because I'm pretty sure it's crumbling. The company that bought them tends to do this thing where they buy products and then gut them, and then they slowly die over time. And I'm not seeing Travis going any other way. And honestly, the maintenance that I've seen recently doesn't suggest that they're trying to invest more in building out stuff there. So I'm a little concerned. Think about the new GitHub CI stuff. Yeah, it does seem interesting. I was hoping some other people would look at it more before I started jumping into it. I did start poking at it last stream. Test. this thing just makes me laugh. So I was poking with it last stream, trying to get some stuff working for pre-commit. The big one that I saw that wasn't working or that people were complaining about is environment matrices, which almost every single is pretty necessary to make anything work. Oh, this is not a good example. This is a good example. Doing something like, well, this is not a good example because it's templatized, but like you would want to test various different versions of Python, and like having a good way to do that in GitHub workflows didn't seem super available, but it's also possible that I just like didn't look into it well enough, and templating environment variables was kind of a mess. Yeah, they have the matrix strategy. The problem is I couldn't find a way to use it to set environment variables, or at least that's what people were complaining about, and I didn't think of a clever way. It's possible that I just wasn't paying enough attention, and that you could do exactly the same thing with that, and I don't know. I had, honestly, the amount of time that I've spent on it is almost zero, so I don't know enough to be authoritative on this in any way, shape, or form. And actually, from what I understand, it's using Azure pipelines behind the scenes, and so it really should work the same way. But I haven't had time to like play with it yet, so I don't know anything about it, unfortunately. But I don't know. I plan to look into it at some point. I don't know that it's a full CI replacement, so to speak. Mostly in that like it doesn't have all the features that I would. Well, I imagine it doesn't have all the features that you would get out of like a full-blown CI solution, and I'm sure it doesn't support everything that Azure Pipelines does. So I don't know. I am excited about it because I do think I can build some cool stuff with it. I just don't think it's going to be a wholesale replacement for everything that I'm using right now. Especially if I need to test, like, well, I guess you can test Windows because there's the operating system thing. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Jury's out. I'm not trying to be like. I'm not trying to talk negatively about GitHub Actions because I think they're really cool. I just don't know enough to say whether they're good or not. I assume they are. I don't know yet. But yeah, that could simply have there is like a matrix strategy. I think that the problem was just like how to use that to set environment variables. Archaic Oath says, "Hi, how much do you charge to set up customized TTS for a channel?" I have never done that, so I don't know how to. I assume you can just do it for free though, right? Like TTS, Twitch, like aren't there a million text-to-speech services? And you can just like set it up.
Hello, this is a test.
Yeah. Please don't use this tool to harass streamers. Okay, I won't. But presumably you could just use something like this to generate text and take some voice and like play it through. It's a little bit of JavaScript and probably use their API and whatever their backing API is. How does this work? How does it work? This code looks generated. Oh, what did it do? I probably clicked on a link. I guess I could... Not that. I want to inspect and look at the network tab, see how this thing works.
This is a test.
Streamlabs TTS. So it makes a post request using... Oh, so Streamlabs has an API where you can send text and it'll render it for you. So that's like one way to do it.
Envoie.
Envoy. Sorry, there's like this stupid joke at work. One of the open source softwares that Lyft wrote is a proxying tool called Envoy, and I forget. I think it started because someone mispronounced it at like a really important meeting or something. They called it Envoy, and we're just like, what's the most like insane way that we could mispronounce this? And we came up with Envoy, but you have to Envoy. But I don't know, dumb inside meme at Lyft. Let's see. Yeah, it's still in beta. What other host options do you think are worth looking at? I've used Circle a little bit. Doesn't seem that... I mean, it seems good, but it didn't really solve my problems. So far, from like a feature perspective, Azure Pipeline seems to be the most like feature complete. The problem with it is it's very, very clicky. You have to spend a lot of time like setting up your pipeline, so it's a lot of work to get started, but I think like the things that it offers are more powerful than all the others. Mostly because you can like template out your stuff, and it also provides Windows, Mac, and Linux on a single platform. The only other one that I know of that provides Windows, Mac, and Linux on the same platform is AppVeyor. The problem with AppVeyor is it only allows one concurrent job unless you pay a shit ton of money, whereas Azure Pipelines allows you to have 10 concurrent jobs, which is the largest I've seen from any free service. So that's a pretty good selling point for me. Travis also has Windows support, but that was right before Travis got bought. They introduced it, and I don't think they've invested anything into it since then. But that's that. Can you describe what that does? I don't really understand. Oh, what Envoy does? So Envoy has a couple different parts. The most, I guess, important thing that it does is it is what's called a service mesh, in that God, how do I describe a service mesh? So I guess I can describe kind of how Lyft works. Lyft has a lot of microservices, so a bunch of small applications that run independently from each other, and each of those services need to talk to the other services, but they don't necessarily know, or like, it's not feasible to have every service know where every other service lives, because they might like spin up or spin down, or be on different boxes, or appear, disappear, or just like, I don't know, move around, or if they're in Kubernetes, they might get rescheduled on a different node, or like, who knows what happens. And so what Envoy does is you can make a request to Envoy. Envoy keeps track of where everything is, so it knows like where each service is, and it will do proxied routing to get service to service. You can also use it as a like kind of edge termination layer, so it can also be like a front to a website. We use it in both modes. So we use it in like front Envoy mode, where it like terminates traffic from the internet and fans that out to services. Yeah, it's basically a mesh network. Yeah, it does. That's exactly what I would describe it as. But it also does a whole bunch of other stuff. It has a bunch of like plug and play. Equivalent technology would be like HA proxy or like Nginx to some extent. But I don't know. It works. Most of my beef with Envoy is that Lyft runs the version from master in production, and so it breaks a lot because I don't know, there's lots of contributions, and like a lot of things change and stuff. But we're essentially alpha testing Envoy for everyone using production Lyft, which concerns me a lot, and like I wish we would use a more stable version, but I don't know. I don't get to decide that, so it's not my problem. But yeah, that's Envoy. Archaic Oath asks, what is Python in a nutshell? I have a few minutes viewing. So Python is a programming language. Here's some examples of here's some example of like what the syntax kind of looks like. The idea with Python is it's supposed to kind of read like English, be easy to understand. It's an interpreted language, so it takes the code and turns it into bytecode and then runs over that bytecode. Whereas many languages are compiled or statically compiled. I guess you can't say that a language is interpreted. The primary implementation of Python is interpreted, because the language just describes what the syntax looks like and does some other stuff like that. No, Python is just a programming language. You could implement something like OBS with it, but it has nothing to do with that. I'm actually not doing... I'm not working on things related to streaming all that much. Although I did write my chatbot, which there's some commands in chat. My chatbot is written in Python, and that's like one thing that you could use Python for example. But like this is how I've implemented it. So I just showed the oh hi command in chat. And the way oh hi works is it's this function which takes a match and it knows how to respond with the username that was selected. So that's one example of how you can use Python to do some cool stuff. But it's just a programming language. I don't know anything about Streamlabs TTS other than like what I was playing with. But hopefully that answers your question. Like a super fancy reverse proxy. How is that better than like Nginx reverse proxy? Good question. Yeah. We don't actually use... I guess we use some of the features that wouldn't be present in Nginx. I think Envoy is a little bit more programmable. It has a bunch of different rules, a bunch of different like plugin points. Yes, I realize with Nginx you can write like Nginx plugins, but like Envoy has first-class ways to kind of programmatically choose how stuff will work, which is a little different than you would get with like Nginx. Not saying Nginx isn't extensible. I just like you can extend Envoy without writing C, for instance. But yeah, what was I working on? Where did I leave off? I think where I left off was needing to handle scrolling when I press up and down. Yeah. Maybe scroll down. Cursor line plus equals 1. Set X after a vertical movement. I think that's what we need to do. So here we just need to... We need to set the... we need to set this scroll based on X. If self dot... well, first let's just set the line X to 0. So that'll stop it from crashing right now. If we go over and then up. It crashes when I go down now. Actually, I think we can do self dot cursor X, self dot line X is min. I think I can actually do the same thing here. Cursor X hint. What did I call it before? Line X hint? Cursor X hint is not a great name. Let's just rename that to X hint, maybe? Although I seem to remember somebody telling me that Cursor X hint was a good name in chat. Let's try that. What does that do? Are you using a mechanical keyboard or do you have a clicky bot? I'm using a mechanical keyboard. There's actually a macro in chat. It's a little loud, and I don't... Well, my microphone is like super acting up today, and I don't know why. Maybe it's like air pressure or humidity or something. It's been like very, 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 very poppy. And it's picking up a lot more sound than it should. And I don't know why, because I didn't change anything. It just seems to be picking up more volume than usual. I wish it wasn't, because you get lower quality volume from this, or lower quality audio from this. But I have my pop filter. I have my what is it called? What is it called? Like I have... Oh, that's not it. Oh, can you not set it while it's recording? Advanced audio properties. No, that's not it. Oh, I don't want to fudge with these. Filters. Yeah, so I have a noise suppression and noise gate filter, which is supposed to make it better, but it's still like very... I don't know. It's picking up a lot. But I don't know. I don't know how to do microphones, so it's probably my fault. But yes, I do have a mechanical keyboard. It is the Code 87, I think it's called. But I really like it. I'm using Cherry. Wait, is this it? Yeah, this one. No. Oh, I haven't updated this. This is wrong. Let me fix that. I updated the link, but it will fast forward only. That's the old link, because that's the one where you can customize. This is the updated link. So this is the keyboard that I have. This is exactly what it looks like. But yeah, I'm using Cherry MX Clears, which are quiet, right? Like it's pretty loud on stream, but they're quiet keys, but they're heavy. So like I like the feedback. But I like this keyboard so much that I bought another one for work. Hey Juan, how's it going? Haven't seen you in chat for quite a long time. Although I see you on Twitter all the time, so it's almost the same, right? Interesting. This didn't do what I expected it to. So that's scrolling properly, and this is working. But if I go to the next line... Oh, it's like horribly broken. Shoot. I don't even know where to start on what's wrong with this. Okay, I suspect this is being set improperly. Line X hint. Oh, we never reassign line X hint, so that's probably it. Yeah, I'm working on my text editor today, JL. I'm trying to get the scrolling behavior to be better. I have this part working pretty well, where if you're at the edge and you scroll over, it scrolls, which is cool. That's what I want. But now I'm just working on the like, oh, that worked. Why did that work? Oh no, it didn't. Oh, it kind of did. But there's like a bunch of bugs with it going off screen right now, and I'm trying to work out the right way to do that. I think the first one is that I'm not setting this line X hint anywhere. I think I need to do that whenever I change it, so that should be here. So that should change this kind of. So if we do this and go down and up. Was that broken before? I don't remember. Yeah, but that's broken. So like if we scroll here, and then it jumps to the end of the line, but it really shouldn't because this one fits fine. So that's kind of broken. So I gotta fix that. At least it's not crashing now, I say as I crash it. So when it goes to the end of the line, it crashes. So we need to figure that out. Let's see. Self.x is greater than or equal to this. So we need to set line x equals self.x equals... I think we need to set the scroll... Let's see. I don't know if I need to set the hint here or not. What is that emoji? The 8-bit T. Thinking emoji. I've been working on my own pip. It already installs stuff. Interesting. Is that on your GitHub? What is this repo? Sneaky underscore. Oh, I see. It's like a resume. Cool. This is how I can get to your... Oh, it's called Pliz. Thinking Python. We have an emoji for this at work. It's not quite the same as this. Let me get it from Slack. But it's called Pythonk. Oh, why did I get pinged in this channel? Sorry, somebody asked me a question. I thought it was important, so I responded to it. Big emoji, Pythonk. Yeah, there we go. This is the Pythonk emoji that we have. Here you go. Oh, did I add this in Discord? If not, I should add this in Discord. Shush. How do I do this? Server settings, emoji, 49 slots available. I should just delete these because I don't have animated emojis. Save Python and then upload. Where did that save? Desktop? Yeah. Okay, done. So now, and in theory, when I have more emoji slots on Twitch, I'll be able to do the same. But yeah, cool. What do you? I assume you're writing it in Nim, because what other language would you write it in? Oh hey, this package looks familiar. Cool. It does not depend on pip. Nice. Cool. Sounds great. Sorry, I just saw the thing about Pipem and I was like, I see. Is Pipem dead? Yeah, definitely Pipem is dead. The Windows save dialog on top of Ubuntu. Yeah. So I've gotten really good at hiding that I'm actually running Windows. But this is a virtual machine. but I cut off the title bar so you can't tell. Also, I renamed my host name so it's less obvious that I'm running VirtualBox, because the default host name is like VirtualBox-VM or something like that. But yeah, it's a little silly. But it's tricky. I am actually running Windows. This also, like, Chrome's windows don't necessarily look like Windows, partially because you guys can't see it, but the like very branded Windows close buttons are hidden by my camera, which is pretty nice. Why is pipenv dead? No, I don't think pipenv is dead. I just will never use it. I think it's funny because, like, any software of any size will have like an issue that's like, is this project dead? When I upgrade Python version by homebrew, pipenv die. Sorry. Now pipenv has dead. I'm sorry. It was just, I shouldn't laugh at broken English. It's just it's so funny. Oh, no one has been like, is pipenv a dead project? But it's like a very common trope in open source where someone will find a project and like not see a commit for a while, and will comment like, is this project dead? To the point where I made a dead code detection tool named Dead, and I just wanted to meme. And so, is this project dead? Maybe. Mostly because I hate getting these issues, because like people will post these all the time, and it's like, nope, still here. Just like, haven't done a release in a while, or haven't made a commit in a while, or like, real life was real life. But, you know, like, it's funny. Is it Windows subsystem for Linux? No, I haven't used WSL yet. I just haven't tried it. It might be fine. I haven't tried it yet. But it does seem cool. Like, Microsoft is now shipping a Linux kernel. Words I never thought I would ever say, but it's pretty funny. Are you coding in Nano? Yes, I am. I like Sport 783. Why not Emacs or Vim or similar? I'm not too familiar with Nano versus the others. Nano is by far the worst. It is absolutely the worst of all of those. Nano is not a good editor. Unfortunately, it's the one I know. But actually, what I'm doing right now is I am writing my own text editor called Babi, and that's what I'm working on stream right now. Mostly because then chat will stop making fun of me for using Nano. So entirely selfish reasons. What did I just do? I made it so when I go off the end, it resets the scroll, but I bet if I go this way, it still crashes. Okay, yeah, definitely still crashes. But yeah, I'm pretty efficient at Nano, so I don't see a reason to change it. I do know how to use Vim. Like, I can do nifty things like visual mode and sorting, and I can quit, and like, I know how to use Vim. I'm just not as fast at it as I am in Nano. And then there's the other crowd of people which is like, well, why aren't you using VS Code or PyCharm or IntelliJ or what's the other one that people use? Sublime Text, or like any of the other windowed editors. And I used to use windowed editors and I like them. I think IDEs are great because they really help you write your code for you. I just find that I jump around between projects way too often, and so it's easier for me to just stay in the terminal. But I used to use IntelliJ, I used to use Eclipse, but I don't know, I haven't used them in a while. Mostly because it got to the point where I was slower using them and faster using the terminal. Juan asks, have you tried Docker for Windows? Yes. So I tried to... oh, wait, before that, I wonder how Homebrew is doing since Apple dropped Ruby. Yeah, that's going to be a mess. I assume the way Homebrew is going to work is it's just going to bootstrap a Ruby interpreter and then work that way. But I haven't seen their plans for that. That would be how I would do it. Just like you download a pre-built Ruby and bootstrap from that. Hey, what's up? Dev Anima, thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. But yeah, the next question is, have you tried Docker for Windows? Yes, I tried Docker for Windows, and it broke VirtualBox, so I stopped using it. You can use Docker for Windows with Windows containers, but I was trying to run Linux containers, and the way they have the hypervisor set up for it is like weirdly broken to me. Like it makes it so you can't use any other virtualization tools on your machine, and then like reverting it was a real pain, and like it was not fun. I basically like broke my machine and like couldn't do development until I figured out how to uninstall it and then undo the like changes that it made, and it was a mess. But I eventually got back, as you can see. Well, as you can imagine, because I'm telling you this is a virtual machine. Sneaky virtual machine. But yeah, it was broken. Code Comedy TV asks, adding fun themes. I'll eventually get to a point where I work on like theming for this, but I still don't have basic text editing working yet. I have opening the file and like some amount of scrolling, and today I'm working on right, that doesn't work. I'm working on making horizontal scrolling work properly. See, that's broken. I need to fix that. It should not have. This should not be scrolled because it fits perfectly fine. This should really not be scrolled because it fits perfectly fine in the window. That one is weird to me. Why did it pick that particular scroll point? I don't know. But yeah, that's what I'm working on today. But it's better than it was when I started. Well, it's better and worse than when I started, in some ways. I mostly just need to like maintain this state properly, and I think I might have too many state variables, and that might be why it's not working so well right now. But I don't know, this is kind of working. The problem is I can still crash it. I find it hard to use anything other than PyCharm. Yeah, I feel ya. I would say the same depending on the programming language. I think in Python I can get away with using a terminal because I'm familiar enough with the tools, and like, yes, it would save me some time for some operations, but I think like I can get away with most of them not that way, I guess. But like if I was writing C#, I would absolutely use Visual Studio, and Visual Studio is amazing. And I wish I could spend 24/7 writing C# in Visual Studio because it's that good. And it just like writes your code for you, which is great. Uncultured Bear says, how do you get started in contributing to open source? I love this question because I think it has some really easy answers. But also I like to talk about how I got into open source. I think that the first thing that I would say is like it's pretty easy to get started. Even just being a user of software, you probably run into like things that are slightly weird or like broken or like don't work exactly how you would expect them to. And the easiest way to contribute to open source is to make quality bug reports. Basically describe what you were doing, what you expected, what went wrong, what versions you were using, what environment you're running on, and like basically fill out a checklist like that. So that's like the absolute easiest way to get to contribute to open source. But I think the thing you're actually asking is like, how do I get started with making changes to people's repositories? And depending on the size of the project, you'll often be able to find ways to get started by just searching for a particular label that's like PyTest has an easy label, which makes it, which like we have a couple of issues which you can get started by just like finding some issue that already exists and like proposing some changes based on that. And like some projects use status easy. I use the what is it called? Good first issue. This is the default one that GitHub gives you. And so like good first issue is a 7+1 this. Good first issue is like a way that a maintainer can communicate like, hey, this is something if you want to get started with the project, here's where you can start looking. And often like people will swing by an open source project and find these like good first issue or like easy or for internal tickets we call them like new grad tickets or like intern tickets. But they'll swing by and be like, hey, I'm interested in working on this, and then sometimes I'll provide some like additional context or pointers and like guide them in a direction to solve this. Like for this one, if someone wanted to work on this, like this is an example. So Flake 2020 is a thing to check for abuse of these two attributes of the sys module. And in this case, it detects, or it raises a lint error, but it really shouldn't. So this is raising a lint error right now. But this is well-formed code and has nothing to do with Python versions. It's really just trying to find the version of the C compiler being used. And the current code, if we look at the code here, is this version? Yeah, so the current code just looks if this is a slice here, and so this is a slice. But doesn't really check whether it's an integer slice or a variable slice or whatever. So all that would need to happen here is to check for the slice being of an integer, and then it would skip this error here, and that would fix the bug. And that's all that would really need to happen. But I would suggest like writing a unit test and like going through the test suite and like showing them like, okay, here's where's the tests up at the top. Like here's some of the test suites where it's like things that shouldn't raise errors, and they would add a test case here and then improve it or like fix the code until it works. But that's kind of how I would suggest getting started with open source. You can try saying it's a skin for Emacs. Yeah. Yeah, this is Emacs, guys. Pay no attention to the stack trace and the lack of colors. How do you navigate the file? Oh, in my text editor right now? Right now it's just arrow keys. But I'll eventually add like bindings to do like Control E to go to the end of the file, Control A, and like have home and end do their thing, and like page up and page down. And maybe I'll add like JKL navigation or like Vim bindings or whatever. But the first version, at least the first version for me, is going to I'm trying to replace my use of Nano with Babi instead. So I'm mostly aiming for like feature parity with the features that I use in Nano, which actually aren't that many. And then I'll be able to start building new interesting things on top of that. If you say arrow keys, I say noob. Yeah, no, you're totally right. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. You got me, bud. I mean, it could be WASD, right? Gaming mode for your editor. Dev anima. Oh, it probably enabled Hyper-V. Yeah, that's exactly what it did. And then I had to fuck around with those settings, and like, it was a real pain in the butt. It's one command line to enable and disable it. Oh, I don't know. For me, it was a bunch of Googling. I had to like edit registry settings and reboot a bunch of times, and maybe I just was not following the easiest way to do it. Michael Fox says, Anthony on a weekday. Yeah, it is a weekday. I felt like I wanted to work on my text editor, and I feel like I don't get any time to work on it on weekends when I stream, and so I wanted to just like hack on it on a weekday, and so that's why I'm working on it today. And that's why you get a surprise Thursday stream. Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday. Juan asks, have you used GitHub Actions yet? I played with them a little bit last weekend. I didn't really get that far. I was trying to make a thing that auto-commits changes back to a branch, but I hit a wall pretty quickly. Well, pretty quickly. I spent like 3 hours on this and then hit a wall. But it does seem kind of cool. I'm hoping that I can figure out a way to get around this and then be able to... the goal is to implement a pre-commit... why does this say pre-commit / pre-commit? Oh, that's what I named the action. Right, I remember now. But the idea is that I want to be able to build a GitHub action that will commit the pre-commit changes back to your bridge. But I didn't finish that. Friday over here. Oh yeah, time zones, right. It's Thursday my time for another 4 hours? 4 hours? 4 hours, yeah. Do you get Veterans Day off by chance? Yes, I do. That's, let's see, calendar. Oh, that's my work calendar. Where's my, this calendar? Yeah, so, calendar.google.com wants to open web calendar links. No, thank you. Labor Day. Do you mean Labor Day or do you mean Veterans Day? Veterans 2019. I don't actually know if I get Veterans Day off. Let me check. Let's see. Let's see. Is the short link for holidays going to tell me what holidays we get off? Please, please. 2019 observed holidays. Nope, I do not get Veterans Day off. The next holiday I have after Labor Day is Thanksgiving. And then day after Thanksgiving, because that one's real important. I feel like that should be a holiday. Given we get bullshit holidays like President's Day. Like, fuck. What a stupid holiday. So I definitely want to celebrate our president. But no, don't get Veterans Day off. 5 a.m. my time. Damn. Early in the morning for you. Sorry I'm keeping you up, I guess. Okay, what was I working on? I was working on when you go to the end of the line and it's scrolled. No? Oh, beginning of the line and scrolled. Okay. So, that's in the left handler. If X is 0 and cursor line... Yeah, here we go. Maybe scroll up. Okay, so this is the case where I need to set a scroll amount that contains... actually, this is tricky. Set self.line x, so this is scrolled correctly. I think I want to fix this bug first because it's easier. Where I'm scrolling up and it's going off the end of the screen even though it can fit fine. That one's gonna be easier to fix. What function was that in? Set x after vertical movement. If line x is less than... I don't ever want this to be off the end of the screen here. But if the line x is less than the line length, it should just get set to 0. So that should fix that bug. Do you print after every cursor movement? Yes. Currently, yes. Oh, what the fuck? I thought I fixed this. line X is less than line length. This should just be curses.calls, maybe. But yes, it prints after every single movement. Okay, that did what I... What? That did not do what I wanted. Oh, I didn't want to actually open Vim. I'm just going to put some debug exception here that makes this easier to understand what's going on. Let's see, cursor Y. This should give me a better stack trace here. I forget what I was doing when I just triggered that, though. How did I trigger that trace? I think I did this and then down? Yeah. Let's put a new line at the beginning of this. Over, then up, and then down. Okay. So the Y was 24. The Y doesn't matter. I don't care about lines. Also, these are not in the right order. Oh boy, that was a mess. Yes, you're right. I should use a debugger. I know. Okay, so the Y is fine. The X is problematic because it's off the side of the screen. So should be less than or equal to Oh, this is the problem where it needs to increase the hint if it's under this. So there's another case where line X is basically in my paint drawing over here. What's happening is we're setting line X back to a hint from before. Or maybe not. Wait, yeah. Where's my drawing tool? So let's say the cursor is out here, but the window is out here. We need to basically adjust the window forward to capture this here, I think is what's happening. I guess I can also put the position in here. That'll give us even more information. Have you seen NPM adding publicity ads on the terminal using Unicode/N curses? I did see that. Yeah. What was the project called? NPM sponsor ads on install. Yeah, standard. That was the project. This experiment is over. People were so mad about this, but yeah, this is what it would print. Which, like, I don't know. I get, like, people trying to monetize their projects, but, like, imagine installing 10,000 NPM packages and having 10,000 ads spewed to your screen. I think that would be enough to get people to switch to Yarn, because Yarn doesn't produce any output on install, which would be a funny way to accomplish killing npm. But yeah, I did see that. I don't know. I think like advertising is fine, but you need a way to like limit it, I guess. I don't know. I make no intention of like making money off of open source. I do it because I think it's fun. Oh, it's gonna bother me. Just mark it as red. But yeah. Oh, sorry. I just remembered one thing that I wanted to talk about. With the GitHub Action stuff. So this was the like test repo that I made to like play around with and just like try stuff out. And there's no code in here. It's just like a GitHub Action that doesn't work. But 3 people have started my project. Like, I have legitimate projects that I spent hours and hours of time on that had fewer stars than this like random ass this random ass test repo. Like, I spent so much time on bunch of projects that I spent a ton of time on that have like 1 star. But you know, 3 stars on a dummy repo that I put together. I guess one of them is my brother, and Mark is probably just being a troll. I don't actually know who this guy is. Maybe they... Oh, that name looks familiar. Maybe they were watching the stream? I don't know. But it's just like... Wow, thanks. Thanks, guys. Who is this OOP boy? Yeah, I guess you haven't seen me write a class on stream, Mindful Fox. Because I don't do it very often. In this case, it made, at least to me, it made a lot of sense to like store all the state in this position object. Although I'm slowly seeing that like maintaining all these state variables is a mindfuck. It's like I don't know what's going on here right now, because there's just like so much state mutation in all of these 4 functions, and it's only going to get worse because as soon as I implement the other like navigation functions, it's going to get more complicated. So maybe I should not do it this way. Maybe I should go back to the math way that I was doing before and just like think more about it. I think that's where I was struggling before, is like trying to get this to work in a reasonable fashion. But maybe I'll go back to doing the old way, and that'll just like automatically solve all these problems, because I had no state in the other one. It was just purely based on the state variables I already had. I was able to compute a scroll position. But I'll think about that. Maybe I'll make a work in progress commit of this and like try and go back to the other one. Can you write with Babi? No, you can't write yet. Can't modify the file. I want to get scrolling. I want to get like the navigation basics working, and then I'll work on like file editing. And then once file editing works, I'll add more navigation. So I'll add like keyboard shortcuts that do end of line, beginning of line, home in, page up down, all those sorts of things. Okay, caps lock, scroll lock, print. No. Oh, I just ran print screen. Whoops. What is that light indicator? Numlock? I don't even have a numlock key. I don't know how that's lit up. I don't know. There's a light on the keyboard. I don't know what it's about. Yeah. Let's see. Holy downvotes. Yeah. You should install ads with pre-commit. No, it's not happening. I'm not doing that. Pip install pre-commit. Meet blogs in your area. Man, if only it were that simple. But it's not. Treemosher asks, is it just me, or do you have a stronger network connection? No, it's not better. It's still not better. I don't know if you can see, but I'm still dropping 2.2% of frames. I decreased my stream bandwidth, so I'm not streaming at the same bandwidth as I usually do, but no, my internet's still fucked up. I'm still not happy about it, but it's at least like slightly better in that like if I stream at this lower bitrate, it seems to drop fewer frames, which I have a hypothesis that it's not related to, like it just means that I'm less likely for a packet drop to happen inside of a frame. and so I don't lose them as often, is my guess. I don't know. My landlord is supposed to send her son out on Saturday to take a look at the wiring and see if there's anything he can fix there. But if that doesn't work, I'll probably call back the technician, have him come out, run another line into my house from the pole, and see if that fixes things. And if that doesn't fix things, I'm going to try upgrading my service to a higher bit rate, which I shouldn't need because like I'm streaming at like 1/10 of the upload speed that I get from like a speed test, and so it shouldn't be that. I don't know. I feel very powerless about this, which is the worst part, because it's just like I want things to be better, but I can't do anything about it. Put mono sound in 24 FPS. Yeah, that it doesn't really change it. Like I think the biggest thing, like even if I change bandwidth and like bitrate and like all that stuff, I'm not hitting limits on my connection. It's that I have a low quality connection, so I'm dropping packets. But yeah, I plan to like after this weekend call them up and like do the whole shebang again, like get another tech out here and like get him to run a line or something. I don't even know. I'm gonna do something because I want to be able to stream. Well, I want to actually be able to stream like video games at some point. Not on this channel, but like I don't know, when I play Borderlands 3 and whenever that comes out. I'm hoping to be able to stream it with friends and stuff, but I don't know. I'm still peeved about it, is the long and the short of it. What server are you streaming to? I'm streaming to the automatic server, but it ends up usually being San Jose. Let's see, I can show you this, hopefully. Yeah, so I usually end up on the San Jose server. I don't know if this shows tokens or not, so I'm not going to click through to it, but you can see that, like, I'm still getting unstable events, which means, actually, I think I can click through this. Yeah. So you can see, like, this should be constant, because I have set my frame rate at 30. And so any of these drops here are where I'm dropping frames. Which is awful. Like, it should be constant 30 FPS, but sometimes I'm getting, like, 19 or, like... here it just, like, dropped the connection, which is awesome. 10 FPS. I don't know. It's not been great, to say the least. Anthony plays Minecraft. Yeah. Oh, I love Minecraft. I could spend so much time playing Minecraft. I've already spent so much time playing Minecraft. Probably like tens and tens of thousands of hours. But love Minecraft. Such a good game. But we're all routing for you. That's a good pun. I like it. OBS settings sometimes just fuck up. No, I've checked all the settings. The setting is pretty straightforward here. Like the output settings, like 650, not a big deal. Also, I know it's not just OBS because I've tried it on my other computer, and like fresh installed OBS, and like it had the same frame drops at the same, like about the same percentage as well. And like I set that up with a wired connection, and it was the same deal. So I know it's not the OBS settings. Also, I know it's not my account either, and I know it's not Twitch, and I know because I tried streaming to YouTube just to see what it would do, and it turns out like even streaming to YouTube, it has the same problem. So I did like a sample stream at the same bitrate and same frame drop, which was unfortunate, but I don't know. I'm gonna continue grumbling about internet until the end of time, probably. Let me grab my window. Oh, did my screenshot fuck up my window manager? It did. Dang it. Okay, I gotta restart my virtual machine. There's this like... There's some actions that cause things to just like lag really hard in my VM, and I don't know what causes them. So right now my key presses are delayed by like... These are less delayed, but it's pretty bad. So I'm just going to restart this. While that's doing that, I'm going to go get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Is it going to let me restart? Let's see. This is so laggy. And there's no reason for it to be laggy because I have a pretty beefy computer. Restart. Okay. Great. I crashed VirtualBox, guys. The instruction at blah blah blah. Reference memory at blah blah blah. The memory could not be written. Press OK to terminate. Cool. Everything is fine. There's no problems there. I'm gonna go get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Hello? I'm back. Stream Tetris at 640 by 480. Yeah, that would be pretty bad. Mindful Fox has resubscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 6 months and they're currently on a 5-month streak. Thank you, Mindful Fox. We want Python. Yeah, actually, let's see. I don't know how... I feel like I need... Oh, I have 10 subscribers. I think I need to get to 15 to be able to upload another emoji. How does this work? Channel? Affiliate? Nope, not showing my stream key. Not showing my stream key. I made that mistake several times. Revenue. Emotes, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I need to have 15 subscribers to unlock a second emote. So I need 5 more of you guys, and then I can have another emote. Also, I need to improve the dumpster fire one, because the edges are really bad. Oh, I did make an emoji for work. I don't know if I told the full story on stream yet, but it's pretty memey. Basically, so reporting stuff to Python 3 at work, and I guess that's one way to get to 15 subs. Thank you, Mindful Fox, for gifting 5 subs. I will actually, let's see, can I just upload the emoji directly? Oh, I need to do the sizing. Bleh. I'll upload it by the next stream. So next stream we'll have Python as an emoji. That's very mindful of you. But thank you for subscribing, all these people. JL, Shaky Bones, Simple Var, Breadstick, and just another anti player. But yeah, back to the story. So we're reporting code to Python 3 at Lyft, and one of the prerequisites that we did to make sure that everything can get ported to Python 3 is we added basic linting to all the repositories. And you'd think like, oh yeah, a large company like Lyft, they would already have basic linting, but nope, No, they didn't. They didn't have basic linting, and so we automatically rolled out linting to like 600 repositories, and most of the repositories, like the linting just applied cleanly, and we didn't have to make any code changes. But there were some repositories where they failed basic lint checks, like basic syntax checks or like unused variables or stuff like that. And so I made a second pass on these repositories that did some code formatting to automatically fix the lint errors. So things like, I don't know, like fixed white space for them, or like ran PyUpgrade to fix escape sequences, or like a bunch of stuff. And the supported versions of Python at Lyft are Python 2.7 and Python 3.6. I guess now Python 3.7 is also supported at Lyft, because I made that work. But the lowest common denominator is Python 2.7, and so I just assumed that that's the lowest version that's in use. But it turns out we have this archaic system called Qubel, which is like a third-party thing. But Qubel runs Python 2.6, and I didn't know that they ran Python 2.6. And yeah, Breadstick knows this story. And yeah, I didn't know they were running Python 2.6, and so like I assumed everything, like the lowest common denominator was 2.7, and so that's what I code formatted for. But it turns out they're running 2.6, and so I broke some of their code in production, and they don't have really great monitoring or deploy processes, and so they didn't really notice, and then like didn't roll back, and like it was a whole deal. But like several days after this had been like fixed and resolved, they opened an incident for this issue after it's already been fixed, which is fine. Like sometimes you open incidents after things happen just so that you can like run a proper postmortem and validate like we're doing the right things to make sure that we prevent this in the future, and blah 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 blah. And the incident is like Refactorator, which is our distributed refactoring tool. Refactorator imperils data warehouse by assuming it's Python 3. And like just the wording alone is, to me, is hilarious. Just like imperils the data warehouse. But but also like the issue is also just like factually incorrect. Like it had nothing to do with Python 3. It was very careful in only assuming Python 2.7 because that's the lowest common denominator, yada yada. But like this issue gets created, and I was like, well, it assumed Python 2.7, which is the lowest we support. Like, are you actually running Python 2.6? Do you realize that it's the year of our Lord 2019? Like, sir, may I help you? But yes, they're actually running Python 2.6, and figure that out in the ticket, and we're like, okay, cool, great. And then the person that made the ticket walks down from 5th floor to 3rd floor, which is where I sit, and comes to the DevX pod. And at the time, I'm talking to my manager about something. I don't remember what it was. But he had to run off to a meeting, and so like I'm basically alone in the pod. And this guy shows up, and he goes to me, have you ever run a postmortem? Or no. He's like, do you know what a postmortem is? And I was like, yeah, bud, I've been in the industry long enough. I've broken in enough shit. Like, I know what a postmortem is. Trust me, I know what a postmortem is. And he's like, well, you're going to run a postmortem for my team for this. And I'm like, okay, like, that's not how we do things here, but I'm happy to help out and, like, write up a doc for you. And he's like, yeah. And we got to make sure that we turn off Refactorator. And I was like, that's not happening, but I'll get back to you, dude. And I was just like so taken aback by someone that they would just like run into the pod and just like make all these wild accusations and assumptions about like me, and I fucking know my shit. Like it's not often that I'll like, well, it is kind of often that I'll gloat about myself, but like I fucking know my shit. And to have someone who's like brand new to the company come and just like flex on a rando that they don't even know about something that was like very, very safe if you have any amount of unit testing in your repository, I was just like completely taken aback and like did not know how to respond to him, and so I just like said yes to everything he said and like went back to my desk to like think about what I had done. And and I was just like so blown away that someone could come and like do this to someone. And so I started to like talking to people, and I was like, is this normal? Like, do people like talk like this? Is this how we want to run reliability at Lyft? And everyone's like, what the fuck? Like, he did what? What happened? And so like I basically like talked to everyone and was like, hey, I feel like something wrong happened here, and I think I'm doing the right thing, and I just want to like level with people. And everyone just was pretty supportive and like, yeah, there's some problems here. And so I talked with my manager, and he's like, yeah, well, I think we should still like run this postmortem document because like it's clear that they don't want to prioritize fixing the systemic problems with running a thing that was end of life in 2013. Like, we'll make sure that like this document properly writes out like, okay, we need a plan to get off Python 2.6. Like, we need to upgrade to 2.7 and eventually to Python 3, and like that needs to happen. And so like I wrote up this doc that was like grabbed as much timeline information as I could, like did my due diligence to build a postmortem document, and had it all ready for the meeting. This was on like a Friday. The meeting was supposed to be on Monday to talk about it. And over the weekend, this individual that we previously talked about, I don't actually know how it happened because only I had access to the document, so I assume like an admin of our Google Drive account like ripped access away from me and like granted it to this individual. But anyway, he got access to the doc over the weekend and like completely rewrote the document and changed all of the like neutrality and like added some fake facts into this doc, and like it basically changed from being a very correct document to one which was very, very, very biased and very wrong. And I was like, hey dude, I thought I was running this. Can you stop editing? I'm gonna handle this, and like we can talk about it during the meeting if you have disagreements, but I'm pretty sure I'm running this show. We'll make this happen. Oh yeah. Breadstick says top 10 regrets is I was on PTO during this whole debacle. No, we're getting there. We're getting there. Breadstick. And I was like, please stop editing, and he cuts back with let me read it directly because it's class. It's great. Oh, okay. I said please revert the title because he had changed the title at this point, and I was like, and cease editing. And he replies, it was not a title descriptive of the outage. Blah 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 is running Python 2.6. It tells the reader nothing about what was endangered. It is my understanding that we're working on this together. I suggested the title change many hours ago. Hearing no objections, I used my experience in managing 100 postmortems for my previous team to pick something that indicates what service was impacted and what the impact was. Refactorator change imperils the data warehouse. And so anyway, it's a long ass story. There's more to it, but that's the basics. Long ass story as to why I made this emoji, which is a reskin of the 200 IQ. Oh, that's the wrong emoji. 200 dash IQ, which is a reskin of this emoji. That I definitely made by hand, and I definitely am not very good at making emojis, but anyway, that's that long ass story. But yes, so if you want Acidily triggered, you just have to say the word imperiled or blocked, and you got me. What were we doing before my VM crashed? Now I know that I can't press the screenshot key, otherwise it breaks my VM. So I'll take note of that moving forward. Alright, we're messing with this glorious, terrible state machine. Which I don't like this idea. So we're just gonna... We're gonna make a whip commit. And yes, I'm using no verify. Things you never thought you would see on an Anthony Writes Code stream, where I'm bypassing pre-commit. Okay, but I think I want to go back to my original approach, which works slightly differently. Did you revert his changes? Oh, to the document? No. During the meeting, I just had to be like, well, this part is false, but I'm going to read it anyway. And it was not great. Okay, so this is the old behavior, but it doesn't have all of the, like, problems from before. Like, we can navigate properly, and the code is a lot simpler. The problem is the code is wrong, because if we open a file like this and scroll over, it gets progressively more off by one. Like, this should have let me press right one more time, but it didn't. And then it gets more off by one, and eventually it crashes. I think this next one will make it crash. Nope. So this is where it's broken. Like, the cursor should never be right on top of a the continuation marker, but it is for whatever reason. But yeah, and then it crashes. So that's the old code that I need to fix. But I think this approach is way simpler than whatever stupid shit I was trying to do with the other one. I think the problem with the way I was doing this one is I was trying too hard to make this like cutesy math make this happen. When I think I really need to just like take a step back and think about the math and how this would work. Go from there. Because I think, let's see, does this have access to all the lines? It doesn't, but I think I need to know about the lines to compute this properly. This fiddly math and this +1, like there's something wrong. Like there's definitely several bugs in these 12 lines of code. 9x cursor x. Where does this get used? It's used in a couple of places. What is 6 and 7, right? Right? What is 6 and 7? So what it's supposed to be is when I press this right, this is supposed to be 6 characters. But what I really want to do is like curses.calls, like I want some fraction of the width of the terminal. It's like it should also adjust if I shrink down. Like it should scroll more or less as I do that. But it doesn't. But it is nice in that, like, because this is computed by math, as I stretch the window, it, like, re-scrolls properly. Like, this does its thing properly, kinda. Like, when you're at a particular point in it. But also, like, if I do this, it just handles it properly. Which is why I want to try and do this with math and not with the state that I was doing before. Because the state just makes this like really hard to handle properly. Also, this just kind of looks cool. Yeah, I don't know. Me making computed by math, yeah. I'm babbling nonsense. You got me, Juan. Oh, what is this icon? Oh, you get a cool icon for gift subs? That's awesome. Just write it off as a feature. Yeah, the problem with this right now is the crash. I can't just make it crash by pressing end. My brain, I was like, oh yeah, if you go to the end of the line, it just crashes, but I bet if I do this, it'll crash. Yeah. Because it got far enough into the line where the off by 1 errors became off by 7 and it crashes. That's what they get for having such a long line. Yeah, but I want it to not just break in mysterious ways. But, yeah. Sorry. Emails. Just deleting some emails. Okay. But yeah, I think I need to fix this math somehow. And I'm pretty sure this math needs to know about the X position, the line length, and the size of the window. It currently doesn't factor in the line length at all, and there's something about this that's wrong too. But let's see, where does cursor X get called? So I'd have to feed the lines through here, probably. And the reason that I think I need to know the line length is when the line is like this, so right at the edge of the screen. I'm pretty sure this crashes right now. No, it just like fucks off. It should scroll right now, but there's like a micro bug in how I've implemented it such that it's not doing that. Like the cursor position I think is actually correct here. Like it should have put the cursor over here. But I think it's not properly handling redrawing this line. So that might just be a bug in the line drawing. Maybe. It's a nano bug. It's a little babi bug. That's a good pun one. I like it. Yeah, I'm just gonna call all microbugs babi bugs now. If line index is equal to the position, so I think the problem here is actually let me make a debugger thing here somehow. How can I breakpoint at a point where I want to? I guess I could trigger keyboard interrupt and just breakpoint there, and then I can inspect all the state. Maybe. And then give it a way to crash. Key equals this. Try keyboard interrupt. Breakpoint. Okay, so if I breakpoint here, Control C, then I should be able to attach to this. Position dot, what is it, curse line X? Okay, so it thinks that the line X is at 64. Position dot cursor X. Yeah, so it's trying to render it's rendering the cursor in the right spot. And the line, so it thinks it's rendering like this portion of the line from here onwards. So what is going on with that if statement then? Okay, So line index, position dot file line. Why is that line 0? Oh, position dot. What is the actual variable? Cursor line. So it's on line 23, and okay, so this first part is true, and position dot x is greater than or equal to cursors dot calls. It's less than that. Okay, so this is not true, is the problem here. But can I do some logic based on position dot was it line x? Yeah, so I really just want line x is greater than 0. Not this crazy whatever is going on here. And the length of the line is greater than, and all of this, blah, blah, blah. I think I really just want line x is equal to position dot line x. And line x. Maybe? Let's see what that does. That's not babi. Oh, we're at a breakpoint. So now if we go over to the end, babi bug, yeah. Scroll? Oh yeah! That works nicely. Okay. So that fixes that bug, I think. Oh, that's so nice. That's exactly the behavior that I want. Also, I think it works exactly the same as Nano there, which is what I wanted also. So in Nano, if I go over here and I press the right, yeah. I mean, Nano's is slightly more meat there, so the like constant is slightly higher, but it works the same. I like my little continuation character better, but sweet. Okay, but that doesn't fix the other bugs. That's just that first bug, but also made the code simpler. This is my debug code, but this is simpler, so I like that. None of this, whatever, off by 1, greater than... There's so many cases that it's off by 1 here. It's just... Oh, it's so messy. But, let's see. How much did it break this code, though? Or this thing? That's still right. Okay, so then I think all that's left is to just make that math not broken. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's the same bug as before. It's like progressively more off by 1. And then it should crash. Okay. So, now's the part where my brain melts as we do some math. Because clearly it's wrong in some way. And it all comes down to this function, and well, both these functions. Cursor X. What's up, Bix Plays? What sucked? What happened? What's wrong? Tell me who hurt you. Or are you saying my editor sucks? The crash sucks. I mean, the crash does suck. The mind melting math sucks too. But actually, before I continue, wrong but close. Hey, what's up? Is Espartaco? Thank you for the follow. I assume that's what you mean in Leet Speaks. Mom has a new vacuum and it blew up upstairs breakers. Oh no. Oh. I mean, vacuums use a surprising amount of electricity, so it doesn't really surprise me. Let's see. We don't want to do all this. We want to reset that part. It gets to a point where it's working better. Wrong but close. Actually, what was this commit? Why did I make them separate? Right in the middle of my show as well. Oh, that's even worse. Squash these two together. There's this patch. And get rid of that patch. Still wrong. It's still close, but now I need to figure out. I basically need to tune these functions to get them where they need to be. So, what's a good way to do this? Can I do like a Google spreadsheet? Spreadsheets.google.com. Blank spreadsheet. Okay, so. Maybe I'll use paint also. This is my diagram from before. So maybe I just need to take notes. So let's say the width is 40. If the cursor is between 0 and let's say the line length is, I don't know, some really ridiculously large number, like infinite for now. If the cursor is between 0 and 0 and the length minus 1. No, minus 1. So if the cursor is between 0 and 39, the line x is 0. But as soon as the cursor is at 40, so 40, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I think I can do this here. File on disk has changed, dang it. Does that make it better? Let's see. Oh, it's okay though, because I'm watching on Funimation and it automatically pauses. Nice. Bang lurk. What does lurk do? What should lurk do? Lurk command Twitch. What is the lurk command? I have this guy that bang lurk in my channel, never followed me, doesn't even know who I am, but shows up and hits bang lurk. I joined his channel once and said hi, blah blah blah. Probably just spamming a ton of channels with that command to pretend he is lurking so people come and click on his channel. Oh. I don't know, what is it supposed to do? Is it just supposed to be a no-op? Oh man, someone's smoking cigarettes outside my window. Fucker. That house smells like smoke. Gross. I'm gonna close my window. I'll be right back. Damn guy. Gross. Oh, thanks for lurking. Okay, I could do that. Let's just add that real quick. Boy.py. Let's see. Handle message lurk. Command lurk match. Something like this. Unhandled name error. Message response is not found. Just look at how Ohio is implemented. Actually, shit, that's not what I wanted. Thanks for lurking, comma user. So now if you do bang lurk, okay, done. Easiest patch ever. Let me commit that. No, yes, no. Add the bang lurk command. Do pre-commit, git push origin head. And then run the bot again. And now we have lurk. Okay, you can do lurk now. Bang pizza. Can I finally do it now? Yes. Now you can actually do it. I'll let you do it. Huh, weird. It picks a different casing for your username. I don't know why that happens. Okay, it should have capitalized the B and the X. What is pizza supposed to do, Juan? Other than pizza emojis. Look, the pizza emoji show up in my terminal. That seems to work still. That's off by 1, but that just means I need to fix the off by 1 things. Uses the string for my Twitch page, maybe. Or maybe it's because, so I think it's because I don't have any username lookups, so it's just using the IRC names, which are all lowercase for some reason. So I bet if I use the Twitch API, Twitch user API, users reference. Get user retrieves a user based on the token. Get user by ID. I think that's what I want. Let's see if I can do this without authentication. Authentication none. Curl. Will this give me bad request? No client ID. Shoot. How do I do this without showing you my client ID? Is client ID secret? Client ID Twitch. To identify, yeah, I think it's secret. To identify your application with the API, every request must include your application's client ID, either explicitly or implicitly with an OAuth token, blah, 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 blah. Requests can include both, sure. To get one, once you have your client ID, you can send it. Is it secret? Is the question. What if I just use this client ID? Header. What could go wrong, right? Valid client ID, of course. Client IDs are secret-ish. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hey, what's up, RW Grim? RW Grim works on this app right here called Pigeon, which I use every day and I really, really like. Oh, rating with a party of 39, I didn't even see that. Damn, now I have a bunch of people watching me write a shitty text editor. You want to see what I'm working on? I guess I'll show it off. So I'm running a text editor right now. It doesn't do all that much. Here's the things that it does so far. Pay no attention to that. It has a demo showing the color test. I'm doing this to learn curses because I want to learn how curses works, and I've never really worked with curses before, and so this is kind of like my excuse to learn more about it, and maybe I'll build something that I actually use, like a text editor. So this is the color test. It just demos like what colors will eventually be available for syntax highlighting, but I haven't worked with any syntax highlighting yet, so that's that. And it can open files and render them. So this is it opening its own source, which is it's written in Python. And scrolling works, so you can kind of use it like less so far. You can't actually, yeah, it's Python. You might want to look at libgnt. 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 Ncurses toolbox. Oh. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Let me give myself a bookmark in the browser that I actually use. Because I use Chrome to stream just because it's a separate namespace than my Firefox stuff. Docs suck, we're working on it. Yeah, I mean, everyone's docs for everything sucks. It's the UI toolkit for Finch, the Ncurses libpurple front end. Interesting. I actually haven't played with Finch, but maybe I should check that out too. It was hidden in the pigeon tree until not too long ago. I guess it's good that it got split out. But yeah, so vertical scrolling works right now. Text editing doesn't work. That's what I plan to do after I get the navigation components working well. But yeah, like it'll display unknown commands for stuff. You can quit it. There are currently 2 ways to quit babi. I eventually want to support like as many ways to quit as possible, so that like if Vim users get dumped into it, they can :WQ and like get out that way. But right now you can quit it with Control-C, which I have some debug code right now that sets a breakpoint if I do Control-C. But usually Control-C will cause it to crash, or you can do Control-X to make it quit. And the thing that I'm working on right now is making horizontal scrolling work properly. It mostly works, so like when you get to the edge of the file, it will scoot over and like show you the code at the end of the line. If you go back, it goes back. It mostly works, except for really, really long lines and really, really short window sizes. So this file that I have here just has a bunch of text in it, and if you scroll over, you'll notice that it was supposed to allow me to go all the way to the end before it scrolled, but there's a progressively worse off by 1 error, and it gets so bad eventually that it goes off the edge of the screen and you get a crash. So that's what I'm working on fixing right now. The new docs link might be useful. Oh, some nice API stuff. Okay, cool. Let me keep that link as well. But yeah, most of what I've been doing so far is just like learning basics of curses and writing that in a Python application. Part of the thing that I think is really cool about what I've been doing so far is I have a test suite that actually validates that all this stuff works. So let me just show you what that looks like, or like one of the tests looks like. Where's a simple test? Hey, what's up, Tim Freud? Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Let's see, what's one example test? Yeah, so here's a test where like I create a text file in a temporary directory, and Zorchenheimer, thank you for the follow. So I create a file in a temp directory, I write some text to it, and then I open up the text editor. There's this cool library called Ekate. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but it's Greek. Hey, what's up, Nightshade Dude? Thank you for the follow. But Ekate opens up a tmux window in the background and then allows you to interact with it using kind of a high-level API. And so in this case, like I can open up this text file, wait for the contents of the text file to show up. Then I can use a resize API to like shrink the window down to a size that's very, very small. In this case, it's 80 wide, 1 tall, just because I wanted to validate that when I make the window very, 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 very short, that it still functions properly. But then you can like interact with it, like take a screen grab of all the characters on the screen. You can send keys to it, do all sorts of things with it. But like the cool thing is like I can completely test my Curses application with a Selenium-like thing. Yeah, Selenium for the terminal, Mindful Fox. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But it's pretty neat. I'm pretty happy with the like test suite so far, and it's actually helped me find a bunch of bugs. Partially because it's really hard to make a 1 tall window. So if you like, is it this? No, that's what's vertical split. Yeah, there we go. So tmux normally will only let you make 2 tall windows. And like, there's no like great way to make a 1 tall window. What is the command for it though? I don't have it in my I don't have it in my history. Let's see if I can find that from split. No. Here it is. Split window. Height and sleep command. Okay, so tmux split window vt0 dash L. Yeah, there we go. So that's how you can make like a 1 tall window in tmux. And then like if I actually ran my tool here, the terminal's a little bit buggy. But you can actually open a file that's 1 tall and still interact with it and like still get the status outputs. But as the window grows, you get like a different status output, and like eventually, if it's 3 high, you get your status or your title bar back, and I don't know. It's just like how does the resize events work? But the tests validate all it. That's broken. This is the bottom of the file. So I've somehow like negative scrolled here, which is a little bit more than broken. But I'll have to figure out how to reproduce this later. But there's something broken here. There's a bug. Oh, and Eva301, thank you for the follow. Sorry I missed that notification. As a one-line window user, thank you for your service. It's mostly just I want it to not crash, you know? Want it to not crash is the thing. But there's some bug there. I'll have to like leave a note for myself that I'll have to figure that out. Oh, the command for the project is bang today. I should probably make project an alias. Actually, let's just do that real quick. Twitch chatbot. Let's see, how can I do this without making that show up? Hey, what's that? Pouring hot tea on your face? I hope you're not doing that, because that sounds painful. But thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. If I do this, it's probably not going to show up nicely, if I had to guess. Let's see if I do help again. Yeah, it doesn't show up at all in the help list if I do that. So I don't want that. It would work though, like I think both today and project both work, but I want them to both show up in the help list. So I guess I could do this. And then manually call the decorators. This decorator system is a little bit too magical, but I think this will work. Maybe I could do... Oh, you know what I could do? I'll just make it take multiple arguments for aliases. That's probably the nicest system for this. Just do a star here. Prefixes? Prefaces? Is a C? It's the proper pluralization? I don't know. Message prefix. We'll just use X's twice. I don't care about being English correct here. Prefixes. Okay, so that should work now, maybe. Let's see. Bang project. No? What? Why did that not work? Why did... Oh, because it returns immediately. I see. Alright, so we can just... We'll just have last one wins, I guess. Let's try that. Oh wait, now today doesn't work? What the fuck? I of course don't remember how this code works. Handler decorator. Oh, because it's a decorator. So this needs to be prefixes. I think that'll work now. No. There's a syntax error. Comma. No, we're not pushing. Stop doing that. Okay, bang project. Does that work? Bang today. Okay, we fixed the command. Okay, now I can actually catch up on chat. Alright, what are we doing? Hi, can you explain your Windows setup and workflow? My Windows setup is awful, and my workflow is bad, and you should never emulate what I do. So I guess I'll start from the bottom. I'm actually running Windows. Surprise, surprise. I'm developing in a virtual machine. I use a terminal that I have slightly forked. That's not how you get that. I have forked GNOME terminal because the default build for Ubuntu Bionic doesn't allow tab tearing, which I find is a very useful feature. And the reason it doesn't allow tab tearing, can I demo this? I can probably demo this. Let me close everything that's... I need this... I can get that math back later. The reason... I'm going to stop the bot too, because otherwise it orphans all the processes when it crashes. But I can trigger... So they've turned it off because if you tab tear onto another window and not in the right place, it crashes the entire window manager. So I run a fork because I know how to trigger the crash and I know how to avoid it, and so it's not like a super big deal for me. But I understand why it's off in the actual distributed version. All right, bot's back. But anyway, I know it's off. It makes sense to me, but I'd rather have the feature and not have that. So my terminal is slightly modified, but other than that, it's mostly vanilla. I use Bash and not that many customizations. Bash RC. This is my my customizations. Don't run in interactive mode. I should adjust my history size because I really would like a longer history. I have a PS1 that just colors my username. I think it's the standard Debian one. The only other thing is I put a new line in it so that, and this is mostly for streaming, but now I use this same PS1 everywhere. But it puts the command on its own line. And this makes it easier, like when I type out really long xargs commands, then chat can see what's going on without it wrapping weirdly, and I don't know. I find that this is better. What does this do? I don't know what that does. I know this sets up dirt colors, this sets up bash completion. I have not that many aliases. ~bash aliases. I have a few aliases. These ones are just to turn on color and line buffering for grep, which I find to be very useful. I have a few typos. One of them is babi, which is actually the inspiration for the name of my text editor. Because I normally use nano like a noob, but that's just me. Then I have a couple of like meme aliases, because occasionally I'll type "what the fuck" at a terminal, and at least it will echo me back. There's also this cry alias, where if you're sad, you can cry. You can also cry softly, and cry with with emphasis. Yeah, the reason this is like weirdly quoted is I didn't, so like with the WTF alias, it'll echo out whatever happens afterwards because it's just an alias echo. But I didn't want cry to also like print out whatever it did, and so I needed a subshell, and in order to have a subshell, I needed to quote it. But in order to quote it, I need this echo command still. But I still want the single quote to show up here, and so you have to alternate quotes a bunch to make it work out. But that's that. Other than that, I use just GNOME terminal, and I mostly switch back and forth between tabs, and I do that with the Alts and number keys. And that's my workflow. It's yeah, that's how things work. Hopefully that answers that. CP Sunshine 69 says, "Bang, still Uber not profitable." Yeah. That part's kind of funny because I work at Lyft. And you could also say, "Bang, Lyft not profitable" too, but it's about revenue, guys. That's how you build stocks, stonks is with revenue. Oh, Mindful Fox, wait, what? What are you talking about? What did I do? Oh, I should commit and push that to change the bot. But I think you were talking about the type annotation here, which prefixes is not a stir, but I think this works. Due to reasons. That's not what I want. I want git add -p to partially stage patches. We don't want that one because I still haven't triggered that bug yet. I do want this patch, and I do want that patch. I don't want this because I haven't implemented this subscribers command yet. I hope to one day. Allow aliases for commands. Add trailing comma. Added a comma. Yeah, sure. Yes, we want that comma. Cool. Hit push origin head. All right, cool. Fix the chatbot. But yeah, the message prefixes is not a stir, but the annotation for a variable argument function. So like it takes variable number of A's. This is saying that every A is a stir. It's a little bit weird, and you can't say like the first one is an int and then the rest of them are stirs or something like that, which would be kind of nice. But like I think it would make more sense to me if you could do like tuple int stir ... But this is nonsense. Like this type annotation doesn't actually exist. But it is correct. It just looks weird. Let's see. Have you tried conch? No, I have not. I've tried fish. I've tried zish. I ran seashell a long time ago. Zish seems fine. But I also feel like it's weird-ish. I don't know. But yeah, I like vanilla tools partially because I spend a lot of time on other people's computers, and then if I'm using vanilla tools, it's really easy for me to use their vanilla tools also. I do not like fish. I'll put that out there, partially because it doesn't let me do as cute things with subshells, because there's no good subshell pipe in fish for whatever reason. Whois nano equals Python babi. Yeah, eventually that's gonna happen, or more accurately, I'm probably just gonna ln-s. It'll be opt vm bin babi into tilde bin, and so then it'll be on the path earlier. But that's probably what I'll end up doing. I think you could function instead of alias to avoid quoting so much. Oh, you're probably right, QLogic. Yeah, I could probably just do function cry echo sad face. I don't know that I need a semicolon there. Maybe. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that would work. Oh wait. Unalias. Also, this like greatly simplifies the quoting, but this is not valid. Type cry. Yeah, that works. Where's the fun in that? You're right, I could have done it as a function. I kind of want to keep it just for the novelty, even though I realize it's bad, and you're right that a function would have been better. True. Thanks for that. That's good. I like it. I like the link. When you're puzzled or when things are complicated. Yeah. So here's actually that exact thing. When you're puzzled or when things are complicated. Nice. How do you auto-activate virtualenv? Ah, yes, that is another tool, which is actually enabled by this bit here. So I wrote a tool called Activator when I worked at Yelp. Although none of the open source code blames to me because it got rebase squashed by someone else. But I wrote the original implementation, but it blames to Chris, which is fine. Chris is great. I'm glad it blames to Chris. Chris did the work to open source it, so he deserves the blame. But the way Activator works is so if you see like when I CD'd into, you probably noticed when I CD'd into my Twitch chatbot, it automatically activated this virtual env. And the way that works is there's two files here. There's .activate.sh and .deactivate.sh, and activate.sh is just a symlink to the virtual environment. And what Activator does, it prints nothing when it's already activated. Actually, it's really hard to show how it works, other than it's prompt commands magicry. This part is the activator part. So basically, every command every time I press a command on the terminal, this prompt command fires, and so it basically just checks if the executable where it got set up is still existent, and then it evals the output of it. And what Activator does, how do I look at the source? bin python pydoc. Yeah, let's grab the source file there. Activator prints out some bash commands, which will just run this. Or wait, no, this is the init. Where's the actual part where it does the clever bits? Yeah, so here it runs a security check, and then it sources the file if the security check passes, and then exports some state variables so that it knows that it's activated or not. Custom durenv, yeah, it's essentially the same idea as durenv, but it has better security features. Because durenv actually has like a pretty bad race condition where you can enter into a directory that's writable by others on your machine, and they can manipulate your shell to cause durenv to run arbitrary code. I made a little proof of concept, and they're like, it's probably not a bug. But Activator tries really hard to not run arbitrary code, and durenv doesn't try as hard. Let's see if I still have that issue. Maybe it was before I wrote this. Oh, maybe it was on the other one. I don't know, but durenv has there was was it this one? I forget. Somewhere though. But their hashing approach is not resistant to races to other people having write access to your dot files, essentially. This seems risky on a multi-user system. Yeah, that's why it's trying. That's what the security check does. So the security check asserts that every directory from the activate and deactivate files, or every file and directory from there upwards, is only writable by your user. And so it could only be bypassed by someone with root, essentially. Which at that point, all bets are off. Someone could write to any file on your machine, and you'd already be running arbitrary code for other reasons. But this requires that you opt into the file that you've validated by yourself. So I can actually show you an example. So if I clone... Sure, we'll just reclone the Twitch chatbot. That's an easy way to demo this. So if I cd into this directory, that's a different thing. that's another prompt command that also fires. You can see that I have a broken symlink for activate.sh, and only once the virtual env is created, so only once it notices this file exists. If we make that virtual env, then Activator will notice that file exists, and it'll prompt you. It'll say Activator will source this file and this file, and so you can say yes, no, or never. So let's say I said no for the first time. It would give me a chance to look at this file. So I could could see activate.sh is a symlink to that, and deactivate.sh just contains the text deactivate, so I can say, okay, that's good. I forget how to tell it whether that's good or not. I think I just open a new terminal. No? I forget how the caching works. Oh, there's this not now, which I think we can just do kill. And then you can just say yes, and then Activator will remember this and tells you where the allowed paths are. But anyway, that's basically how it works. By what? Oh, the race condition? No, it's a lot easier to manipulate the race condition by noticing when a user would cd into a directory. Like, say I did the same thing with Durem. Like, say I looked at this activate.sh file and like said, okay, this looks good, and then did Durem allow. There's like a whole large chunk of time that allows you to write to that file between these two operations, which would, like, between that human amount of time, you could end up in it. Was that the issue? Did I not create it? Did someone else create it? Oh, someone else created it. Anyway, yeah, there's like, this is the issue. But it's, I don't know. I trust my own system, so I'm okay dealing with either of them. And in a lot of cases, like using Durem in a system like that would be a problem. Gotcha. So you could use a watch dash and W to look for that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, if Durem hashed and then displayed the file to you, then it would be much safer. Yes, absolutely. But yeah, it would be much safer in that, like, the race would be much harder. Well, I guess if it hashed and then showed the file and then you accepted that hash, then it would be fine. Because then if somebody swapped the file out, it would be a different hash. So yeah, that would be a safe way to implement that. But it's not implemented that way, so. Anyway, so that's that. That's this line in here. I also have a prompt command to auto-enable pre-commit, which is less necessary now. Pre-commit is the GitHooks framework that I wrote and maintain. It's basically, you set up this config file which points at some stuff at a version, it installs it for you and manages all of that, and knows how to, well, it knows how to install them and run them during Git lifecycle. And this just automatically sets it up for me. This one, since I trust my own system, I haven't put any security checks into this prompt command, but I'm more, it doesn't automatically trigger arbitrary code execution unless you intentionally run commands afterwards, so I'm okay self-owning, I guess. And then, other than that, I have a little customization for Python, which I think is unnecessary in Python 3 now. Yeah, so this turns on tab completion for Python 2. It's on by default in Python 3, though. So if you do, like, tab, normally you don't get tab completion in the interactive terminal. In Python 2. So if I do like Python startup equals and then Python 2 again, so if I press tab here, it puts literal tab characters in there instead of tab completion. So that's what this does, although it'll be obsolete because in Python 3 the tab completion is the default behavior. So that'll be cool. 2020 I'll be done now. How am I supposed to convince people to convert to Python 3 now? Yeah. True. This is a pretty nice feature of Python 3. Then I export my really shitty editor. I do some Debian packaging, so I set these, and then I have a system for enabling site-specific bashrc files. The reason that this file is constant is I set it up with a... this is hilariously over-engineered. I'm very sorry. I have a Puppet, headless Puppet system where I basically configure how my home directory is set up using not manifest modules, desktop, manifest. Let's do dot files for instance. So I have like declaratively managed my home directory using Puppet, and so like it knows to stick all these files in the right places, and they're all constant. And like anything that I need to do that's beyond that, I'll use the site-specific extension where I can just do bashrc.d files and set stuff up like that. But like it also like clones some repos and like makes sure some files are in the right place, and like even like sets up a virtual environment, installs a bunch of tools into it, including like activator and pre-commit and like all the other things that I use pretty often. And I even have to-dos in my Puppet configuration. But I don't know. It's kind of nice because like I've gotten it to the point where I can get a blank machine, install Ruby, install Ruby, drop an SSH key on it, and then run this one script, and in a single pass it'll set up my entire development environment, including like it even installs Pigeon. Like I have code that sets up Pigeon for me, where like fixes the Apple touchpad on my work laptop, I think. File Apple touchpad. Yeah, so it writes out some configuration that makes the touchpad not broken. I don't even remember what that was about. Actually, git log. Decrease coasting speed on... Make Apple's touchpad scroll less wild. Anyway, but yeah, that's how I manage my machine. Other than that, my stuff is pretty vanilla. I don't actually have all that many. Oops, that's not what I want. -d. Don't have all that many dot files. The Symlink ones are the ones that are managed. Everything else is just trash that ended up there. Well, I guess this isn't managed, but the other ones are. And other than that, I run a very, very vanilla system. I should learn better tools and get better at better tools, but I haven't done that yet, so I'm just stuck with bad tools, and it mostly gets me by. But yeah, wild goose chase to explain my wacky setup. Okay. So now, what was I working on? Oh. I was trying to... Oh, I still have this here. Cool. I was trying to determine when it should scroll on a window of a particular size. And so... when the cursor is 0 to 39... So we have two variables in this thing that I'm trying to work with. Line x. Yeah, so we have two variables. We have line x and cursor x. So on my diagram here, really scientific diagram. So imagine this is our line of code. The line x will be the position of the left side of the screen, and then the cursor x will be the position in the entire line, and so then you can get the actual cursor position by subtracting the two. And all of the math is to figure out where... Oops, that's not a box. All of the math that I'm trying to do is to figure out where this line x is, and from that, everything else can be computed. Well, I guess I'm trying to compute line x, so everything has to be computed in one way or another. But right now, I'm using this like very much definitely off by one in several directions computation right now, and trying to fix it by feeding Zalgo to their... What is Zalgo? Is this risky Google? I don't know what this is. I'm not going to scroll down because I feel like that's a risky thing to do. But... Oh. Oh, I see. I think I know what this is a reference to. Zalgo, yes. This is like that, what is it, HTML regex Stack Overflow. The famous tag regex, this one. This one. Oh, this makes more sense now. I think I've just like pieced a bunch of references together that I didn't understand. All is lost. All is lost. Yeah. What's one tip to become a better engineer? Ooh. I don't know. I think of the best engineers that I've met, I think the thing that sets them apart the most is they're really good at asking questions and describing systems. So like they can describe where they're at in a state and what they expect to see and what is not happening and their hunch about why it's not happening. And I don't know. I guess they write good bug reports is probably my my biggest thing that sets like a good engineer away from like a great engineer in my mind. I don't know. That's probably not a great answer to that question, but that's what I look for when. Oh, what are we doing? Wait, what? Oh, I guess last time I was playing Skyblock. Minecraft. Oh, I was trying to look up someone's user ID. Oh, but semi-secret client ID. Right, now I remember. We've popped that stack. And I don't want to risk like having to rotate all those keys again. Because I've definitely shown my client ID and client secret on stream before, and then I had to go through the whole deal of rotating that. And, well, last stream I showed my account number for my utilities, which is real great. But okay, back to this, yes. So, if we say the window is 40 wide and the line is infinite long, 0 to 39, the offset is 0. The line x is 0. But at 40, the line offset is, see, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters lost. So it's like at 40, it's line x equals 40 minus 6. And in fact, all the way to, actually, we'd have to actually make this window 40 wide. Let's go with 80 wide, because that way I don't have to just like inference this. At 80, line width is 80 minus 6. And it doesn't change until we get to this next point, which is at column 152. Is that right? So at 80 it changed. Yeah, at 80. And then at 152. Why 152? But at 152, the line offset is 152 minus 6. So it's always x minus 6 after this. But I need to get the right intervals between them. 224. Should be lowercase x, but whatever. Okay, so that's the like math that I have to deal with here. But I need to figure out how to get these proper how to find the right like breakpoints kind of things. Hey, what's up, Popcorn Too Hot? What am I working on? I'm working on Babi, which is this is the math for it. But Babi is a crappy text editor that doesn't do much right now. I'm working on the horizontal scroll behavior, which is kind of working in some cases, but not working in others. So this is it working. It works for the first scroll, but the subsequent scrolls are off by one for reasons that I don't know. That I'm trying to figure out by actually thinking about the math instead of just guessing. Because currently I have just like this guessed algorithm, which I just like fiddled with this number and this number until it kind of looked right, and I don't know, wasn't exactly right. Oh, this isn't actually true. This isn't x minus 6. This is literally 74. And this is, so 80 to 151, 152 to 223. This is going to be 152 minus 6 is 146. And this is 218. But I have to come up with a pattern here, I guess. Making the code for an editor in an editor. Is this recursion? Yeah. Computing without math. Did I say that again, Cart One? I feel like I've said that too many times tonight. But yeah, I need to find the pattern here, essentially. So this is plus 74, this is plus 72, and then this is plus 72. Why is it 72 though? Oh, I guess it's minus 6 for the margin and then minus 2 for each of the side pieces. And the first one doesn't have any side pieces, so it's just minus 6. Okay, I think that gives me something to work with. So if x is less than curses.calls, and return 0. Otherwise, let's see. So we want some sort of margin, and that's going to be the minus 6 that we saw. But I want it to be dynamically computed so that it like adjusts as the window size changes. But for now, let's just set it to 6. Actually, I think it's just else. So in the other case, we want to... So this is 74 plus 72 plus 72. So the first chunk is 74. If I make a spreadsheet, then I can... This is why I had a spreadsheet earlier. I can like put formulas in and watch as they adjust, maybe? Ask this question in your next interview, right? Yeah, if I want someone to definitely not join blank sheet, yeah. Okay, so if we have n, or let's say x, we'll have margin x, margin is 6. Oops. Curses.calls, this will be 80. Oh, and then we want various x's down here. And expected. So some of the values here, we should have 0, 0, 0. 79, 0. Well, we haven't implemented this yet. 0 and 80. We should have 74. Programming in Google Sheets. What could go wrong? Okay, 151. It should be still 74. At 152, it should switch to 146. Just get some boundaries around there. Just copy and paste this. I stop flipping back and forth. And 223, it should still be 146. At 224, it should be 218. Okay, so we should be able to play with this. These are our only variables that we have. Equals. So we want to put our intermediates here. X minus curse.calls plus margin equals this minus B2 plus B1. Oh, you guys probably can't see this because this is so small. Make the font size bigger. Can I get custom zoom? This will work, I guess. Okay. Okay, so we can just do if. So I basically want to encode this if x is less than curses.calls. If A9, if less than A9 is B2, value if true, if it's less than 0, else -1. Okay, so we can fill this in now, and this is the formula that we'll adjust as we compute this out. But I think we'll need add parameter 2 expects number values, but x minus is a text and what? Oh, this should have been $B $8. Shoot. $B $1. Okay, if we fill this down now. I don't remember why I computed this particular value, but maybe it'll be useful. So at 79, we expect to still get 0. And we're getting 0. So this value doesn't matter here, but this value does. And this minus this happens to be this. But 77. Oh, yeah, this is useful. Because, so this value is curses.calls minus 2. Like when this becomes this plus 2 divided by curses.calls becomes a whole number, then we add the amount to this. I think. I'm doing. Look up how Nano does it. Yeah, I tried to read their code for this. It's, they do like a completely different way. Master branch. Tree. Source. Oh, which file was this in? Oh, move.c maybe? Left edge 4 sounds like what I want. Left edge 4. It's not defined in this file. Yeah, I kind of don't want to cheat though. Also, I think that would disqualify me for being not GPL'd. So I'm not gonna look at that. Because I don't want to distribute GPL. I don't want to deal with GPL. B $2. Oh, actually, this is a constant, so you don't need that there. So this actually becomes A6 minus $B $4. Just so this is more readable. Get rid of this bit at the front. So you don't need that. What if we divide this by... What number do we need to divide it by? By... By calls minus 2? Minus 2. So... Is there an integer division? Google Sheets. Have you looked at Pico? Yes, I have. Not the source, but I've used it before. Quotient performs a division, but will only return the quotient and not the remainder. That's what I want. I want quotient. Quotient this and $B $5. Fill that down. Okay, that looks promising. So this number changes when I get to here. So I can use that to multiply. But then I think I can... Oh, did the music stop? Why aren't you musicking? Come on, YouTube. Okay, it's good now. So I think I can use this to add. So I could like +1 and then multiply by 74 and then add it to... Or multiply it by this. So I can do 74 plus, yeah. Equals $B $4 plus plus this times the 72 $B $3. Fuck. Why are you off by 1 here? D7. So it's almost right, except here it doesn't change in the right place. Have you looked at Ed? Yeah. So I think this division is wrong. Let's try calls minus margin instead. So this would be B4 instead of B5. Fill this down. No. So I tried calls minus 2 and calls minus margin. Let's try calls minus margin minus 2. B3. That changed nothing. Taking off, CA. Thanks for stopping by, Breadstick. See you around. What's wrong here? It only matters for these ones here, though. I need to integer divide by... It should be integer divide by 78, right? Maybe I'm subtracting the wrong number? Well, that can be it. What is the next section? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, this one? After 225. Oh. 296. $295 should still be 218, and 296 should be 290. And 297 should also be 290. We're very close here. We're very close here. Am I just off by 1? Yeah, I think I'm just off by 1. But in what direction? What if we just... -1? What could go wrong? That didn't help. Why didn't that help? I expected that to fix everything. Because the integer divide should change then. B11 and B$3. Okay, so to determine the second and further blocks, subtract the first one and divide by 72. Oh, I changed this. Yeah, that's what it was. I am dividing by 72. But I think I need to be dividing by 78. Oops, B5. Yeah, now it works. No, it doesn't work. It's off here. Fuck. Hey, what's up, Sam? I'm trying to math. I'm trying to make horizontal scrolling in my text editor work properly. Right now there's a syntax error. Right now it doesn't scroll quite right. It's close though. After 225. $152 to $224 to $296 are all 72. Yes, that's correct. Am I multiplying by the wrong number here? B4 is 74 plus C10 times B3. Yeah, so this is fine for the offset. I'm just computing this number incorrectly. So this number should be 1 here, and it should be 2 here. And it should be division of 78, right? Because 78 times 2... it should be here. Oh. 75 is half of that. Oh, do I need to keep subtracting 72? I need to subtract the previous number. Oh, this is making my head spin. Yeah, because we subtracted 74 from here, but we need to also subtract 72 from here. So maybe I need to do it as a loop, but then I can't do it in Excel. What is actually happening here? Because it works fine up until this point, but then we need to subtract some amount and keep going. Your transitions in X are every 72 except for the first. Yes. That's correct. So that subtraction is right. Oh wait. The transitions are in 72. Yeah. So that's why I have that part right. Like I have this is the 72 is the multiplication, and the first one is 74. But the problem is like getting this input number into that space is hard. Yeah, I'm just not seeing how to manipulate this properly. Like it's so close, but it's so far away. Let me color this so that it's format cell if is equal to BF7. No, that was not the right way to do that. Okay, so now we can at least see when it's correct or not. Format cells is not equal to, then we will color it pink, reddish. Maybe do the if statements beforehand. Yeah, well, I was actually trying to... That's the problem, is like, I'm trying to figure out what to do with if statements, and I want to visualize all the numbers at once, and it's rough. 152 equals 80 plus 72. No margins. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so the difference here is 72. And the difference here is 72. So I should be able to subtract 74, integer divide by 72, and then add that. So this. Okay, that is better. I wish I could control all the formulas at once. Why is adding and subtracting 2 not changing anything here? Are these just not updating? Oh, subtract 80 and then integer divide 72? Okay. Fuck, it's that simple? Damn, dude, we got there, Q Logic. Fucking saved me, bud. That's so dope. Integer divide 72 and then multiply by... What was it? Multiply by 74. So subtract, and then integer divide by... Integer divide by the number of columns minus the margin minus 2, 72. And then multiply by curses dot calls minus margin. Damn, if this works, I'm very happy that the stupid spreadsheet approach works. And help from chat. Let's be real, Q Logic, you saved me. Oh. That didn't work. Wait, where am I wrong here? Subtract this. Yeah. Then integer divide by calls minus margin minus 2. Pretty sure I remember my order of operations. I don't know why it's not adjusting here. I don't even know. I guess I can do some logging here. Because doing a debugger here... Oh. Right. So if we go over, and then it crashes... Oh, we only ever got to 78? Oh, I bet I need to add one, maybe? What happened there? Oh, this is the old data. At 75, we got negative 72. Well, that makes very little sense to me. Oh, you know what? I bet all these numbers are off by 1 because the first character... Oh wait, no, the first character is character 0. And so character 79... I can only help with the math, yeah. At this part now it's like programming. Column 1. Oh, character 0. Was I looking at the column number or the character number? Column 79. But this is 1 indexed, so I need to subtract 1 here. Oh no, add 1? Add 1. Hey, what's up, SL Midnight? Thank you for the follow. As I struggle through crashing this over and over. At 77, it ended at negative 72. So 77 should have fallen into this branch, right? Oh, this isn't even an 80 character window. Now I'm confusing myself even more. Okay, let's do it with an 80 character window. Hey, what's up, K1 Iced? Kleist? Thank you for the follow. Alright, delete blog, run again. Scroll to the right, crash. And now we're actually dealing with 80 characters. So 79, it went to negative 74. So that's not right. We should have let it go to 80. But I think I need to shift all these by 1 or something. Oh, I forgot to... Yeah, like it should have transitioned there, but it didn't. And then it does 1 character too late. And then at that point... Oh! But then it went to 0. 80 should not have been 0. Oh, but I guess this is 0 at 80? Oh. Yeah. Okay, so at 80 it falls into this branch, which is what we expect. And this is 0 the first time. You want the second screen full, I guess. So you need a +1 somewhere, yes. This is correct. I probably need several +1s. Actually, did I have +1 in my spreadsheet? No. How did I get away with this then? These numbers worked so well! But these are all off by 1, which is the problem, I think. Zero index versus 1 index. Let's try that +1. There's a million places to put a plus and a -1 is the worst part. That made no difference. 81 minus 80, integer divide was not going to change anything. Okay. Oh, there's supposed to be some math here. There's supposed to be an addition, right? Yeah, there's supposed to be an addition. I'm supposed to add... Okay. Okay, I forgot the addition. That's gonna fix this, right? Right? Okay, it's off by 1, but it doesn't crash now. Now it's off by more than 1. Now it's off by a lot more than 1. Okay, but it doesn't crash anymore. Well, do I have the right value here? 74 is, yeah. Okay, so I forgot the addition. That's a big thing. So 80 became 74, but really we wanted 79 to become 74. I can stop printing this complex. I think I understand how that works pretty well. When did we get our first transition? $152 was our first transition. That's... oh. That's not right. That's off by 2. Did I translate this unfaithfully? Alright, A7 minus B2. So subtract 80. So that's this. Then quotient of that. So we quotient that with 72. Minus 6 minus 2. 72. So that's this. Then we multiply it. Then we add B4. So we add 74. So we add this. And then we multiply by 72. Oh, this is wrong. Okay, so we transitioned the wrong spot there. That's probably fine. We transitioned to the wrong spot again there, though. And progressively worse. Oh. Wait, was I really integer dividing and multiplying by the same number? B3 and then B3. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it lines up. Oddly enough, I think this looks almost the same as the original guess equation that I had before. Except for this addition. Like, this is pretty much that. Hey, what's up, goddamn 5? How's your Thursday or probably Friday at this point? How's it going? I'm tired. I think I need to go to bed. I think I'm very close to getting this right. I think there's some plus and minus ones in here that I need to fiddle with that I'm probably not going to figure out today. Let me just try one thing. So we can at least get this one going properly. I think if we plus one, both of these, that'll shift it to the right by one. Okay, that's correct. Is this one correct? No, it's up by 2. Let's just get a clean run and look at the log. Alright, 79, it switched to 74. That's actually what we want. This one is correct. But then at 141, it should have switched. No, yeah. Right? Should have been 1 minus this. 151. No, 150, yeah. 151 it should switch. But instead... Oh, it did switch. What is going on then? Okay, I'm not gonna figure this out. So we're gonna stop here. Gonna wind down, think about this, look at it again tomorrow with a fresh set of eyes. Not a fresh set of eyes. I can't even talk anymore. Anyway, thank you all for stopping by. Let me do my little spiel here. If you enjoyed what you saw or want to see more or missed part of the stream and want to check out the rest of it, I usually upload my content to YouTube afterwards, and it's the same as my Twitch handles. That's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. And I also stream usually pretty regularly. My normal stream day is on Saturdays. You can find the schedule in the description below. For the last couple of weeks, I've been starting earlier for Europe, and so if you subtract 2 hours from that time, that's usually when I've been starting. I also announce my streams on Twitter, so that's twitter.com/codewithanthony. And I also announce them in Discord, which you can get the Discord link below as well. And Discord's kind of fun. Programming memes. We talk about code and stuff. I don't know. Join if you want. But yeah, that's that. I think that's all I've got for today. I'm gonna go find someone to raid. But thank you all for stopping by.